I know. Good morning. Ah, dang it. There's ads right when I go live. Gosh, dang it. Hello. Hi. Hi. Good morning. You might hear Stimpup chewing on a bone. Hi. Good morning. Happy Monday. How's everybody today? Are you having a good start to your week? The rich guy. Thank you for 7 months of Prime. Thank you. How is the family doing? The family's doing really well. Granny's doing good. I have a hell of a story for you, too. Aw, Mac, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Mac. You got a gifted sub from Mac. Please say thank you in the chat.
Hi, Stimper 4 Blanky, long time no see. I really missed your streams, Stimper 4 hug.
Aw, I thank you for the 10 months. A killer bird. Thank you. I'm glad you like my streams. I seem to have caught a cold. Me too. I have a bit of a cold too. My week's not starting out great. My granny's in the hospital now. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mac. I hope Granny gets better. I'm sorry. I hope everything turns out okay. I know how that feels. Thank you for the gifted sub to Grandma Pack. That's crazy. That's an actual person. That's actually a user. I didn't know Granny had Twitch. I just imagine Grandma Pack watching Twitch. Your granny sees all the Minotaur thirst. She don't watch me. She'd be like, why is this cartoon girl talking to me through the TV box? It was also Grandma Paste. Ew! What the fuck? You thought Granny didn't know what a VTuber was when she is one? That would be the biggest twist of my life. Oh my god, can you imagine? Granny, like, hold up, I gotta do my Nikkei dailies. That's insane. That's actually insane. Grandma only watches hot tubs and pools category. My grandma is pure and say-so soul, okay? She doesn't know what hot tubs and pool category is. And you better not know what it is, too, Stim Peasants. This cartoon character sounds a lot like my granddaughter. Let me thank people. Caston, thank you for 11 months, almost a whole year. A whole year you've been trapped here.
K4ST3 and Sheared X100. We are as Sizo as our Oshi, aka not 1%.
I'm say so. What do you mean? The what category? Oh, there's a category on Twitch called Hot Tubs and Pools. And if you stream in that category, basically you can break TOS with your outfit. Because it's you can't see my hands, a swimsuit. Quotations, it's a swimsuit because you're swimming. Swimming. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Who needs hot tubs when we have hot oubliettes? That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Sim Peasant. Thank you. Caston, thank you for 11 months. Almost a year. Fell, thank you for 23 months. Almost 2 years. What the heck? Lord Terror, thank you for the 6 months.
The Invincible 316 Cheered X100. Next community movie night. Hot Tub Torox Machine Stimper 4 Browse.
That's so funny. Neptune, thank you for 12 months. 1 year, Neptune. 1 year. Thank you. Yeah, I'm caught up. I don't feel too good today. I have a bit of a cold. I think just from being outside in the cold and going to hospitals and stuff. You know, leaving my home results in being sick usually. My tummy is like doing loop-de-loops. Stim, I sent you a Discord DM about D&D over the weekend for you to read. Thank you, Roscoe. I did see it. I just have not had time to respond. Well, I have had time to respond to my DMs. I just haven't. So, typical streamer. I don't have time to respond to my DMs as they're playing like fucking Apex or something for 6 hours. I'm so busy. I can't respond to my DMs. Plays Total War for 12 hours. Big, do you know who I am, energy? You were on hour 11 of Total War when I sent it. Stim's DM response time is at least 6 to 7 business days. I'm really behind on DMs. I try to go in order of urgency. I've just been really stressed out the last week, that's all. So when I'm stressed out, I don't want to talk to people, so I just don't answer DMs unless it's like urgent. That's all. That's all. You know when you're just like, oh, and then when it's been too long and you're like, oh, I'm gonna look weird if I answer now a week later. Now I just look like an asshole. Now I just will never answer ever until they DM me again. And then I look like an even bigger asshole. Hey, thank you for messaging me 2 weeks ago. It feels so weird. I know it's not weird, but I feel like it's weird. The grace period is 1 to 3 days. That's how I feel too, Spats. After 3 days, I'm like, I'll just never respond. I don't think you did AMA with Outbreak for your sub goals. Okay, I need to do that then. I couldn't remember if I did an AMA with them because we have done them before, but I don't think it was the sub goal one. I lost a job that way? What? When? What? Is that because you didn't reply to the job thing in time? Oh no. Oh no. That reminds me of this. Oh my god, wait, let me tell you this Reddit story I read. I'm not a Redditor, okay? But I read this story on Reddit about this person who... It was one of those Am I the asshole threads? And only the finest stories from Reddit. It was one of those Am I the asshole threads, and it was like... this guy was applying for... Oh no, he got his... Okay. What would you do in this situation? He got the job. First day of the job, his, like, brother's wife had to go to the hospital or something, and his brother asked him to watch his kids first day of the job, and he said okay, so he called into work saying, hey, I can't start today. I need to take the day off. I can't start today. And he went and like babysat his brother's kids. And then the job was like, you know what? Don't even come in. Don't even come in the next day. We found someone else to fill your position or whatever. And he was complaining on Reddit, being like, this is like bullshit, blah, 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 blah. This company sucks. Everyone was roasting him because they're like, dude, you gave up your job opportunity to babysit. That's what babysitters are for. You should have just gone in. You know how hard it is to get a job in this economy? You should have just gone in. What would you have done? Do you side with the company or do you side with the dude that took the day off his first day? Because it was very split. Some of them were saying that's a bad company, and the other side was saying, well, you should have just gone in on your first day. It's very split. My loyalty lies to my family, not the company. Who the hell sides with the company? Company is in the right, because the company was like, well, it's already, this job obviously isn't that important to you if you take off I think it was actually the first 3 days, not just first day. It was his first 3 days. He asked to move the start date last minute, like to the next week, because he had to watch, or he was asked to watch their kids. So the company was like, well, if you're gonna move the start date to next week, don't even bother coming in. We had like 50 people apply for this job. So that's some people are saying the company sucks, and some people are saying the guy didn't take his job very seriously. So That sounds very much like an American. It is very American. Yeah. Well, I mean, companies in America, I feel like they're pretty ruthless. Missing the first 3 days is rough. Dude is not in the wrong for looking out for his family. Company isn't in the wrong for losing trust in someone that would do stuff like that last minute. It's just a really bad situation, yeah. Simply asking his work and they didn't say no, they fired him. That is not a reasonable response. Well, he didn't technically start, so they didn't really fire him. They just said don't bother starting. I'm not saying I agree with either or. I'm just saying if I was looking for a job for like 2 years, I would do everything in my fucking power to be there on the first day. I would pay for a babysitter or something to come or something, you know. Also, I feel like it's kind of shitty, in my opinion, for the brother to ask his brother to miss his first day of work to watch his kids. I would have been like, it's up to the father and mother of the child to find childcare, you know? I wouldn't have asked my brother, like, hey, do you mind missing the first couple days of work to watch my kids? Like, I know it's a stressful situation, but like, it's hard to get a job right now. I would do everything in my power to be there on the first day. True, the brother's low-key the villain in this. It does suck that the brother has no other option to watch his kids. It depends. I feel like it's hard with family because some family do take advantage of you. I mean, speaking from my point of view, I've definitely gone out of my way for family and done things that have screwed me over to help people. I think I don't know. I think the brother should have asked someone else or paid for a babysitter or something. We should do a Reddit AMA stream. I like reading Reddit Am I the Asshole threads. I love them. Most of the time I'm like, you are the asshole. Sometimes it's not. You have the most big sister energy I've ever seen in a middle child. Because a lot of my siblings are not very responsible. Don't tell them I said that. Am I the Asshole is really fun. There's like another. Oh my god, there's a new one I really like. Kitchen Cells is the new scandal. Wait, Kitchen Cells. I have to look that up. Thank you, Maki, for the 9 months. Thank you for the sub, baby Maki. There's another one that I really like. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something like Girl Dinners. And it's like girls post a picture of their girl dinner and then they write like a super like traumatic story attached to it. Usually. It's like girl dinner and it's like yogurt and crackers and then she's like, my husband cheated on me and I lost my job and my house burnt down and my dog ran away, but at least I have my yogurt that I like. I'm like, holy shit, what? Wait, that's just Kitchen Cells but women focused? Oh, is that what Kitchen Cells is? I don't know what Kitchen Cells is. Yeah, it's my favorite limited time pumpkin spice yogurt. I love reading those things.
1 month until I can create Spats 223 via mitosis. Thanks for being you and creating this wonderful community that took in this scuba when he was streamless stim before blanking.
Ah, Spats, thank you for being here. If I ever see Spats 223, I'm gonna be very concerned. Thank you for joining our community, Spats. Top contributors are you. No, I don't post on Reddit. I just read them. I'm a lurker. Sometimes life just do be like that, and all you can do is push another meal down for another day. True. True. Sometimes it do be that. Sometimes you just gotta eat some yummy food and know that tomorrow might be better. My daughter is obsessed with pumpkin spice stuff, so I make my own. I love pumpkin spice. I've been loving your reactions on YouTube. Oh my god, welcome, Mig! Thank you so much! Thank you for checking out my stream. Really appreciate that. Sometimes you just gotta raw dog whatever's in the kitchen. Oh my god, I made a kitchen experiment the other day. I didn't have like any of the ingredients for what I wanted to make. So I made like, I don't know, a poor person pizza quesadilla. Because I wanted quesadillas, but I had like no meat and no vegetables, like nothing. I just had like a tortilla and cheese. So I like put it in the pan. I put cheese and like some tomato sauce I had, and then I put some like Italian seasoning, and then I put the other tortilla on it, and I made like a cheese pizza quesadilla. So, you know, isn't a quesadilla just a folded pizza anyway? No, that's a calzone. Miss Worldwide? That's me, Miss Worldwide. That's just student food. It was actually pretty good. It had zero nutritional value because it was just cheese and like white tortilla. But, you know. Please tell me you had tomato sauce dip. I dipped it in ranch, actually. I dip everything in ranch. Hell yeah, that's good eating back when I was in my early 20s. This would get you arrested in Italy. Oh god, she's so white. As a Dutchie, how do you say cheese has no nutritional value? I mean, does it have nutritional value other than like fat and calcium? It filled the belly, you survived another day. Mission accomplished. Sometimes you just gotta figure out what to make. It's like Master Chef in your house. You don't want to go to the grocery store. You have to use up stuff in your fridge. So it's like, all right, give me my mystery box. I got this, I got this, I got this. None of this goes together. Let's figure it out. The wild first sentence to come into. I dip everything in ranch. Oh, I was talking about my poor white girl pizza quesadilla. That was me yesterday, but I made beer cheese. Oh, that sounds good. Like a beer cheese dip? A pizzadilla. Oh my god, you're so right, Spats. You're so right. I made salmon cake patties. They turned out pretty mid, so I just ate them with really spicy ramen. That does happen. It is kind of disappointing when you try something and you're like, this is gonna be great, and then it's like not good. You just have to salvage it with like putting sauce on it or something. Just make an omelet. I don't really like eggs. I'm kind of weird. What the heck is this song? Amos Moses, Jerry Reed. Huh. Dang, both you and Crack don't like eggs. I don't mind eggs like mixed into things, but I don't really like I don't like just eggs. Wow. They taste kind of fishy to me, and I know people think that's weird, but it's just
Major
true.
some 789 cheered takes 100. For all the pumpkin spice lovers, there are at least 2 pumpkin spice energy supplements in Gamer Supps. Use code STIMPACK for 10% off.
I could make my Gamer Supps pumpkin spice flavored whenever I sell enough to get a product with them. Pumpkins, white girl, pumpkin spice Gamer Supps. Are you eating caviar instead of chicken eggs? I've never had caviar. It looks gross. Call it white girl aura? That is so funny. Every word you say makes you whiter. Hey. Go white girl. Go white girl. Go white girl. No offense, pumpkin spice is mid to me. That's okay. I don't take offense to that. It is pretty mid. I just enjoy it for some reason. Caviar is overrated and I'm gonna die on this hill. I've never had caviar. I've never been in a situation where caviar was available to me though, so I might just be poor. But if it was available to me, it doesn't look very good. I would definitely try it, but did you just call pumpkin mid? I'm sorry, pumpkin swag. When you're trying to fight the white girl stereotypes, but the stereotypes low-key got hands. What's your thoughts on White Claw, Tim? I fucking love White Claw. I had a White Claw yesterday. I had a mango White Claw, and it was delicious. And I don't care what anyone says. Sometimes you just want a nice ice-cold White Claw. It's not, like, good, but it hits the spot, you know? Well, I do like caviar. It's nothing special. I like salmon eggs better. I like, what salmon eggs is that, roe? I like that. Girl dinner is a very funny flavor name as well. That is a very funny flavor name. I have to remember that. I was drinking mezcal and pink lemonade on the weekend. That sounds delicious. I love pink lemonade. I don't like truffle though. Truffle I feel like is really overpowering. Every time I've had it, it doesn't like enhance the taste of anything. It just makes it taste like truffles, which I don't really like. I've never really had really good truffle. It's always like, oh, if this has truffle in it, it's just gonna taste like truffles. Okay. Does anyone think canned Arizona tastes significantly better than the cartons? Yes. Canned Arizona all the way. 100%. Truffle aioli on sweet potato fries. Oh, okay, that sounds good. I haven't had truffle aioli. I've only had it like in things or like seasoned. Who up cannon the Arizona? I haven't had a canned Arizona iced tea in so long. God damn, that third coffee hits. It hits so hard. Why is there so many hold on. Let me check my ad settings. I feel like there's more ads than normal lately, isn't there? Let me check my ad settings. I feel like there's so many ads today and I don't know why. I have it set to like the lowest amount. Or something change. Where's ads? Have you ever tried matcha stim? I did try matcha and it tasted like grass to me, so I never had it again. Where's my ad thing? Ads. Okay, what are they set at here? Let me turn it down. I just want to disable pre-roll ads. I hate that. I hate when you join a stream and it's for the first time and there's like 12 ads you have to sit through. Like, I'm not going to be watching 12 ads to start the stream unless I really want to watch the stream, you know? So I like to have pre-rolls turned off. Pre-roll ads are the biggest turn off, especially when it's like a new stream. You just want to check out to see if you like it and you're hit with 12 ads in a row and you're like, okay, never mind. My ads were turned up for some reason. That's weird. I turned them back down to 3 minutes per hour, which is the minimum. Your experience with matcha is probably authentic enough. Most people who think they like matcha just like milk and sugar mixed in matcha, which is not terrible, but not what they think it is. A lot of people have told me to like matcha. You basically just have to keep drinking it until eventually it grows on you. Which is kind of the same as coffee. I didn't like coffee at all until I was in college and started drinking coffee to stay up all night studying, and then I got addicted to it. Sim pretending she doesn't need more ad revenue because she's tired of cheese pizza quesadillas. I mean, I could always use more ad revenue, but not at the cost of my viewers being stuck in ad hell. I started drinking coffee when I was 11? What the? That's crazy. That's so young. The main issue with matcha is it's hard to find good matcha. You also have to make it like a very specific way, don't you? You like, I know my friend who's really into matcha. She has her own like, she has like a matcha whisk or brush or something and a little bowl for making her matcha, and it has to be a certain temperature. I don't know. It looked very scientific. And then she gave it to me and I was like, this tastes like dirt. I'm sorry. I appreciate all the time and effort that went into this, but it tastes like dirt to me. I will drink it and I will appreciate it, but it tastes like dirt. I'm sorry. I don't get the special flavors you're talking about. My parents started me on black tea at 8. By 10, I was making myself a pot of coffee before school. What? That's wild. What? Hi, Zara. Are the matcha people gonna come after me if I tell them I put it in a shaker cup? What the fuck, Cholo? What? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Okay. Today, we are watching a bunch of random history videos. A lot of people told me I should watch Napoleon before the downfall, but I couldn't find, like, the video for that. Unless it's, like, the 5-hour video, which I don't have time to watch on stream.
Fluffy Bastard cheered X100. The first time I tried matcha was at a cafe in the garden of Toji Temple in Kyoto. At the time, I was already an enthusiastic drinker of green tea, so the flavor of matcha wasn't that unusual and I liked it straight away.
Drinking
the matcha trend started back home not long after, with matcha lattes and such appearing at coffee shops, and it never tastes as good here.
It would definitely taste better in Japan. Isn't that where it comes from? That reminds me, I saw this short on YouTube and it was like every single person aged 25 to 35 has talked about either wanting to go to Japan or their trip to Japan. You cannot talk to someone who's aged 25 to 35 without them bringing up Japan in the conversation, especially if they've been to Japan. It's like the new midlife crisis or something. It's the new, well, shit, guilty. I'm 30 and I've been twice. It is. It was so funny. They're like, oh my god, I had matcha in Japan and it tasted so much better than matcha here. Matcha here is shit. But in Japan, did you know in Japan, I went to Tokyo. I saw the cherry blossoms in Japan. I had authentic Japanese sushi. If you haven't been to Japan, what are you doing with your life? You need to go to Japan. Man, I want to go back to Japan. It does because the matcha here is shit. I know. It's just so funny. Because it is true. Like every person that I know, especially online, has either talked about how Japan was their favorite place they've ever been or how badly they want to go to Japan. Or moving to Japan, yes. It's so true. It's very funny. I want to go to Japan, but I would rather go to, I know this is controversial, I'd rather go to like Italy and like Germany. I want to go to Europe and do a tour of Europe before I go to Japan. I would rather do that. The not we would rather go to other places. No way. Okay, fake anime girl. I'm sorry. I really want to go to Europe and see all the historical buildings, all the architecture.
Invincible 316 cheered X100, complains about ads on her stream, immediately launches into a travel ad for Japan. Have to admit it's working for me. Stimper forum chlul.
Europia has some nice places to visit. Have you considered interrailing stim? What is that?
The Gaijin yearn for the land of the rising sun.
Thank the 9 months, Monster Mango. Thank you for the tier 2 as well. Thank you, thank you. It's touring around Europe on an interrail pass. So on trains. I've never heard of that. I feel like I need to go on a train first. I've never been on a train. And I'm a little worried I might get claustrophobic. But I don't know what it's like. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it would be fine. What do you mean, what? There's no trains in Canada for, well,
Major some
not really many.
789 cheered X100. Jolo dog, did I hear putting matcha in a shaker cup? Blasphemy, you have to drink it from a teacup. Luckily there is an Outbreak teacup you can get.
Oh my god, thank you, Major Sam! There is an Outbreak teacup you can buy on the Glistor shop. Please buy it. Please buy it so we can make more merch, please. I'm on the saucer. I'm on the saucer. North American person says they've never been on a train. EU people go, huh? What? Huh? I've never been on one. I've been on like a subway or like a metro when I've been to cities before, but I've never been on like a train on train tracks before. High-speed train from China are amazing. That is insane to me and would probably scare me. But it would be cool. I would try it. As a Canadian, it makes perfect sense. There aren't really trains here unless we're talking about the Vancouver SkyTrain. We have trains here, but they're for like not natural. For hauling resources like oil and grain and stuff like that. There's like what do you say? Industrial trains.
Mochi completed Poppy's stage 2 this week. When will you take the challenge?
Luton. I'm not playing that. It's too scary. I just have to still play the scary game that you sent me. Oh, freight trains. Poppy's Playground is like all jump scares, which is like what I'm most susceptible to. It's very funny though. I saw Mochi crying in the Glitch Stars server about how scary it was, and then Mikon played with her. The Outbreak manager played with her on stream because she was so scared. Which is so funny to me. It's so cute. Hi, Justin. Canada used to have commercial trains, but the damn government thought it wasn't profitable enough. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I've seen trains. Like, I've seen trains up close. I just haven't been on them. It's very funny. I saw Mochi crying Stim 2026. It was very funny. Mochi was in tears from... Okay, I didn't mean it like that. It was just funny seeing her ask... Yeah, it's like asking your mom for help. When you're like, oh... You know when kids are like, I'm gonna watch a scary movie. I'm not gonna be scared. And then you turn it on and they're like, oh my god, I'm scared. It was that situation. I took the train from Toronto to Ottawa. I didn't know they had a train that goes Toronto to Ottawa. I did not know that. I've never been to the East Coast though. I'm West Coast. I've never been past... I've flown into Toronto Airport, but I've never been past that or like in Toronto. I've never left the airport. Never been further than Manitoba. That's an unfortunate place to stop. I wonder what would the rest of Outbreak call you for if they need help, Stim? I did miss a call from Mochi the other night because I was having a bubble bath. And she was like, that's okay, I was just trolling you. I was like, okay, great. Great, thank you. Thank you for the Prime, Baythorn. Thank you so much. Says the girl from Saskatchewan. At least are you really arguing that Manitoba is better than Saskatchewan? Manitoba has Winnipeg, which is like the most criminal city ever. The most dangerous city ever. The shittiest city ever. You do not come at me that Manitoba is better than Saskatchewan. I'm from Winnipeg. No way! No way! No. I didn't know you're from Winnipeg. I'm sorry. Are we shitting on Canada? I'm always down.
Are we shitting on Canada? I'm always down, a Canadian.
It does suck, don't be sorry. Hi, Maple. We were shitting on Manitoba. I'm so sorry to hear that. He's already dead still. I wouldn't call Winnipeg a major Canadian city, I guess technically. Holy shit, that was so funny. I'm sorry, Dean. Oh, so funny. Country Canadian on country Canadian violence. You hate to see it. If they have a hockey team, they are a major Canadian city to me. Cries in Saskatchewan not having a hockey team. How? I don't know. Because does no one want to live in Saskatchewan? Why doesn't Saskatchewan have a major hockey team? That's so sad. We have so many hockey players from Saskatchewan. Literally, hockey players come from Saskatchewan, like so many of them. But there's no hockey team in Saskatchewan. No city's big enough to sustain an NHL team. That's rip. That's true. I imagine because there's nothing but farms. They became hockey players so they can leave STEM. Oh, that's probably true. Hi, Andragon. Regina doesn't have the economy to support a team. Winnipeg can barely afford the Jets. What about Saskatoon?
Major some 789 sheared X100, do not have the budget for it. Saskatchewan is a brokey.
Okay, I heard, and I don't know politics or economics. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Economics. But I heard that Saskatchewan is actually making more money than other provinces, but we give money to the other provinces. Isn't that what it's called? Subsidies or something? It's just no one wants to live here, so we like give money to other provinces. Best part of Saskatchewan is probably the exit. What the fuck? I will not stand for the Saskatchewan slander. That's not how that works, but that is what everyone over there will tell you. That's literally what everyone here thinks. The reason we're so broke is because we help all the other provinces, obviously. Duh. Says every Saskatchewan farmer ever. What's their main export? Flatness? Oil. Duh. We got the oils and the canolas. They say the same in Alberta as well. It's not exactly like that, though. Cities subsidize the rural areas almost all the time in America, at least. I don't know about Canada. Wow! Too much canola.
Major some 789 sheared X100. You do that to make money. A lot of your services are outsourced to other provinces.
I don't know what that means. Potash and uranium. Yeah, we have potash and uraniums. Sask is a resource economy. We provide for the rest of Canada. Okay, put some respect on my name, chat. We feed you and we give you whatever potash is for, and we cows. Yeah, hunter gatherer. Yeah, I'm a provider. We're a provider. You're the best thing to come out of Saskatchewan. Thank you, servitor. And
Dr.
we
Nemo
cows.
cheered X100.
Yeah, exactly.
Who is this
cows.
anime girl who streams?
Who is this we anime girl who streams? We as in the people of Saskatchewan. I personally don't do anything useful, but there are people like farmers that do farming. Potash is massively important for many industries. What is potash used for? I actually don't even know. Is it like for energy? What is potash used for? Oh, it's for fertilizer. I had no idea. Oh my gosh. Potash. Potassium. Interesting. I didn't know that. I know that from Dwarf Fortress. Amazing. Fertilizer or chemistry or swimming pool balancing. Okay, I have one more story to tell you. Or old bombs. Oh. Sim, are you sure you're a farmer? I'm a farmer, okay, but we're more ranchers. Like, we're not big industry grain farmers. We're more ranchers that grow enough to feed our own cattle. Yeah, just one more story and then I'll start to react. But this story is actually crazy. It's crazy. Wow. It's like such a STEM thing to happen, actually.
Colts cheered X100. Shout out to my home province BC, and our main exports, trees, and trees, the kind you smoke.
And tourism. I actually love BC so much. I wish I had lived there. Did you get scammed again? No. I didn't get scammed, but something crazy happened. Yes, Monster of Mango's crazy. Okay, listen to this. I was in a gas station bathroom. Doing my thing, okay? In the gas station bathroom. Why? Because I had to pee. That is crazy. I know, right? No, nothing bad happened. Well, something kind of crazy happened. Okay, so Stu was at the start of too. I was in a gas station bathroom. I was minding my own business. I get out of the gas station bathroom and I'm looking for some snackies. And all of a sudden, I see like a bunch of flashing lights out the window of the gas station. And I'm like, what the? Oh, wait, no, I jumped ahead of it. Wait. Before I went into the bathroom, there was this guy paying for his gas. And he was dressed like very scary. He was wearing like big clothes. He had like a mask over his face. Not like a Michael Myers mask, but like a covering half of his face. ADHD storytelling. I'm sorry, I forgot this is important. Like a COVID mask, but it was like black. And he had like a toque on and like his hood up, and he was like kind of an asshole. He was like paying for his gas by like throwing like money at the cashier. Like he had like paper money he was throwing at the cashier, like being a dick about it. And I was like, ooh, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and mind my own business. I came out of the bathroom after that, and there's all these flashing lights. And I was like, what is going on? And there's like all these workers are like up by the windows looking outside, like talking to each other. And I'm like, what the shit is going on? So I come out of the bathroom and the cashier's like, stay back from the window in case they start shooting. And I'm like, what? What's going on? And so I go behind the chip rack, like the chip rack. I don't know, the chip, the little thing. So I go behind the chip rack because I'm scared I'm going to get shot. And I look out, I peep out, and there's like 4 like police vehicles there, like 4 or 5 police vehicles. And the police officers are out there with their guns drawn, pointing at the store. And they were arresting this guy They were arresting this guy that was in the store paying for his gas. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. I was like, I was just peeing. What's going on? And they like dragged him out of, they arrested this guy, dragged him out of here, and they were gone in like, I don't know, like 10 minutes. We need to export you from there imminent. I've never seen someone get arrested with guns drawn at them before. This is very American. Well, this is Canada. I've never seen this before. Sim took a Sunday trip through North Battleford, I see. I've never seen someone be arrested like with guns drawn on them before or resist arrest. It was crazy. And then I was the only person in there that wasn't a worker, and all the workers were freaked out, and they were like, oh my god, you know what? That was so scary. How about you go, this is so cute. How about you go get a coffee or a hot chocolate or a Slurpee on us? You just on us. It's free. Go get whatever you want. It's free. I know that was very disturbing to witness. I was like, oh, that's so nice. It was very cute. They gave me the free Slurpee. I took a Slurpee because it was like later in the day. I didn't want another coffee. So there's me just getting my free Slurpee, like, yay, this is a great day. I gotta go to shootouts more often for free stuff. I think you were too confused to process the danger of the situation. Sim being bribed with sweets like a child. I didn't feel dangerous. I was a bit scared because I've never seen police with their guns out like that. But it was kind of cool at the same time.
Major 789 cheered X100. Thank God for the bulletproof chips.
I didn't know where to hide. I was in a gas station. I went behind the chips because I thought, you know, maybe they would block bullets, I guess. Bathroom would be a good choice. I wanted to see what was happening. I didn't want to go hide in the bathroom. I wanted to be aware of what was happening, so I was peeking around the chips.
Twist Metal cheered X100. I would have asked for the store.
I would have asked for the store? They were so nice. Also, I was like, one last ketchup chip bag for the ride. I felt really bad for the cashier. He was like this teenage guy. And I could see like the guy that ended up getting arrested was very scary looking. I could see him like arguing with the cashier, and I was like, man, I would not want that job. I would not want that job. He was being very chill about it, but I was like, that guy looks like, literally, you know when you see someone and you get an instant bad vibe, and you're like, oh, no. I had a bad vibe. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then I come out and he's being arrested. I was like, holy shit, what? That's crazy. And the cashier after was like, well, at least he paid for his gas. I'm like, okay, at least he paid for his gas. Officers, he has a bad vibe. Open fire. I get that vibe when I tune into your streams. What the fuck, Ian? No. Apparently there was like a warrant out for his arrest is what the people were saying, but I don't actually know. He didn't like do anything in the gas station. I think they were maybe trying to find him or track him down or something.
X100. Yeah, it's a whole different trip when you're staring down the barrel of a cop's shotgun.
Ooh. She's got a good instincts for who's a bad guy, but not enough backbone to say no to a door to a salesman. It's true. He was probably on the run, hence the mask and cash. Yeah, he didn't really do anything other than just be kind of a jerk in the store that I saw. So I think he was probably wanted for other things. But he was definitely like covered up head to toe. He had like his hood up. He had like 2 hoodies on. He had like a face mask covering. He had gloves on, like he was completely covered up. So that's why I was like, that's kind of weird. What's going on there? I don't know. It's a good thing you did go to the bathroom. He wouldn't have been able to withstand the great violence. He didn't see you or anything, did he? I don't think so. I don't know. What, do you think he's... Wait, you think he saw me and he's like, that girl, it's her fault. He's gonna break out of prison and find me? What if he thinks I called the cops? What if he remembers me? What if he throws darts at my picture? Probably not if he was arguing with the cashier. Yeah, I don't think he saw me. The Tattletale Strangler. Wow! But can you fix him? Shut up, Joel.
X100. That reminds me, in a cashier in a bank who had a guy had them a note saying this is a robbery, and she declined and told him she doesn't do withdrawals.
That's crazy.
K4ST3 Encheered X100. You better hope somebody kidnaps you before that guy finds you.
Don't scare me, Caston. What if he does find me? Isn't he your type? No, he was real scary, not fake scary. That's different. There's a difference between fake scary and real scary, okay? There's a difference. If he finds you, go to the washroom and let the cops handle it again. Also, there was like this lady cop there and she was so badass. She was like, get on the ground. I was like, damn, okay, lady cop. Did you get her number? No, I was hiding behind the chips. Asking for a friend. No, I was too busy hiding behind the chips. Observing. Small danger is hot, big danger is scary. This is your first lesson, peasants. It's true. It's true. Many such cases. Small danger, exciting. Big danger, scary. She'll open a bag of Lay's in the chaos. Who could have known? I did get a free Slurpee out of it. I got Dr. Pepper flavor mixed with orange. Yummy. Oh no, she's hitting the Pringles. Anyways, that was my crazy story. It was very wild. I've never been in that situation before. The people were very nice to give me free stuff after.
The Invincible 316 cheered X100. Most girls will carry pepper spray in their purses. Stim isn't like them. She'll whip out a bag of Ruffles, and the attacker will be screwed.
Yeah, I don't think pepper spray is legal here, is it? Or maybe it's bear spray is not legal. Something's not legal here. Dr. Pepper and orange sounds like trauma. It was actually really good. I'm the person that mixes a bunch of different flavors together when I get a Slurpee. Yeah, pepper spray is illegal. Okay, that's what I thought. Witnessing an arrest is always a wild story. I've seen like drunk people be put in the back of cop cars for like being rowdy, but I've never seen someone like actually get arrested with like weapons drawn. That was scary. For Canada, that's pretty hardcore. A lot different than just a drunk person being put in the back of a car to chill out. Reminds me of the time a movie worker gave me a poster after my friend's stepdad got arrested for starting a drunken fight. It was a Suicide Squad poster, so it felt like an insult. Oh my god, what? Dr. Pepper is shockingly good with lemonade. Oh, I gotta try that. Sure, you've seen the Miss I drink tequila from a water gun. I've never been arrested, okay? I've never been arrested. I'm a good girl. I don't do bad stuff, okay? Never.
Major some 789 cheered X100, lol in Miami you see stand your ground law implemented on the daily.
I guess it would be different. I guess it would be different in the States, maybe. I don't know. Have you guys seen someone being arrested before? I almost got shot? What the? Unless it's tax. Stop! You can't joke about taxes. It's too on the nose, Akora. Plenty of times? Wait, wow. Oh, I used to work security. My guns pulled on me 3 times? What the fuck? Where do you guys work?
Major some 789 cheered X100. You tried to flirt your way out of a ticket.
That's not a fine. That's not a fine. I don't think. Maybe it's... I don't think so. Is that a fine? Whoa, Caston! Thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Caston. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the love and support, Caston. If you got a gift to someone, Caston, please say thank you in the chat.
BitsZ cheered X100. What's with these stories? I've never even seen a gun besides an air gun in my life stim before Zoom.
I think it's because there's a lot of Americans here. And that's like common there, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, I got my taxes back, so here now you get some more income tax. I'm so evil to you. Ah, thank you, Caston. Thank you. USA is a hardcore PvP zone. That is a wild thing to say about the US. Oh my god, Spats. High intensity PvP zone. He's not wrong. Wow. If by flirt out of a ticket you mean cry, I didn't cry. I actually argued with a police officer before. I said I was gonna take him to court.
Twist Metal cheered X100. In the town I used to live in there was this one road that always had a drug bust every month. Used to sit on the bench at the top of the hill overlooking the road. They were fun to watch.
What the? What?
Major some 789 cheered X100. I travel a lot. Only time I have seen guns pulled are in a few places. States being number 1.
You do travel a lot, Major Sam.
Code Shiku cheered X100. Never got arrested either. Didn't stop some idiot call the cops on me and my friends and report a gang shooting. Cops responded in force with lights and guns drawn. Hence almost getting blasted by a shotgun.
Oh my god, that happened to me. When they put the lights on you, if that happened to me, I would piss my pants. Like, I'd be so scared. I would instantly fold. That's scary. I'm sorry. I didn't go Karen. I said, I don't deserve that ticket. You are just being a meanie. And he said, bet. I'll see you in court. And I said, bet, I'll see you in court. And then I paid my ticket because I felt scared and I felt intimidated. Okay. I paid my ticket right after. I wasn't. It was such bullshit, okay? I wasn't. He gave me a ticket for being on my phone, and I wasn't on my phone. Literally what I did is I took my phone and plugged it into the charger in my car. I wasn't even on it. I just plugged it into the charger. And he's like, I saw a phone. That's a fine. And he pulled me over. I was like, you're such a dick. You're just doing that because abuse of power. And he was like, I'll see you in court. And I was like, yeah, we'll see you in court. We'll see how that stands up in court. Then I paid my ticket because I got scared of confrontation. Gotta get that ticket quota for real. Sometimes it does feel like they're just filling a quota.
That Scare 90 cheered X100. The first time I got pulled over, the police drew his gun on me because I opened my car door. I opened the door because the window didn't roll down.
That's scary.
Major some 789 cheered X100. He had to finish his ticket quota for the month.
Is that actually what happens? They do have a ticket quota they gotta fill? So you're saying I should fight my tickets more often if it's unjust? I should...
Mobius _ MD
I should fight
cheered
it?
X100. So one time we kicked this one guy out a party in college and the guy got mad, pulled out his gun and fired 6 times into the wall. I just so happened to be on the other side of said wall. USA is a PvP lobby.
What kind of party were you at? What the fuck? That's insane. Oh, that reminds me, the one time in, like, this is a small town, some drunk guy got mad at the bar and he went and got the rifle out of his truck and just started shooting his rifle up in the air, walking down Main Street just because he was mad. We were like, what the fuck, dude? Okay. That was crazy. He was like really old too. He was like a drunk old man. He was like, yeehaw, mother trucker. It was weird. I'm like, what? Why is that your first? Why was that your first reaction? Quick, hide behind the bag of chips. Okay, this makes it sound like I've gotten a lot of tickets, but I haven't. I have been pulled over a fair few times, but I think that's just because I'm cute. Wow. You know?
Twist Metal cheered X100.
I'm not a bad driver,
Lol,
though.
I get stopped a lot as I tend to get hungry at night. The last time it happened I just answered everything they were going to ask in one breath. Oh, and I'm from the UK.
You hear Stim up with her bone. I once got pulled over because he said I didn't come to a full stop at a stop sign. I'm like, for real, dude? For real? For real? Oh, you didn't come to a full, complete stop? So I'm pulling you over. I'm like, for real? I was stopped! He's like, a rolling stop's not a full stop. Nope. Nope. Gonna give you a ticket for that. It was bullshit. And you know what's even more bullshit? He was parked behind like a billboard. Like hiding behind a billboard by the stop sign just to pull people over who he thought didn't stop full enough. I was like, you're such a dick. I hate you. How did you not expect that? Because I stopped. It's what they do, yeah. He was definitely working his ticket quota. He was like, you know what? Gotta meet quota. We gotta hide behind the billboard by the stop sign. Works every time. Works every time. Cops work like ambush predators. It's crazy. Sim has a book of, it sounds like I have a problem with authority, which I kind of do. You know what's really funny? You know how much I hate confrontation? My friends always said, we did this thing and it's like, if you were ever to get arrested, what would you be arrested for? And they said for me it was arguing with, resisting arrest or arguing with
Fluffy Bastard at cheered X100. The only time I've ever been approached by a cop was when I was walking to school on a snowy day when I was 12. I have balance issues, and the snow and ice was making me really nervous, so I was walking really slow. I ended up being 2 hours late for school.
Whoa!
About an hour after school started, a cop sees me, stops next to me, and asks, why aren't you in school? And I was standing there in my uniform, close to crying, and said I'm trying. They immediately left me alone.
That is so sad, Fluffy. What? Oh, that is so sad. They didn't help you get to school? Yeah, they didn't give you a ride. Usually they will do that. They will help you if you're having troubles getting somewhere. And they pull you over. So you're saying you'd be arrested for being a brat. I just don't like being told what to do, that's all. Okay? Especially by
Jack cheered X100.
people
The
in
only time I
authority.
got pulled over was because they thought I was a drug dealer. I stopped quickly in a small car park in a rough area, just to remove my coat. 2 cops immediately came over and searched everywhere in my car for drugs. I was just in a rush, lol.
That is scary. That's scary. That is literally the definition of brat. Well, I just don't like it when people abuse their power, that's all. Wow!
Kochiku cheered X100. So what you're saying, Stimmy, is you're likely to be on a body cam carry
No,
compilation.
I'm not a Karen. I'm just saying, you know, I just like arguing sometimes, okay? Doesn't make me a Karen. We gotta find that footage. I used to be stopped all the time by cops when I had a beat up car. The day I upgraded to a Mini Cooper, nobody stopped me ever. Wow. Wait, don't you abuse your power with us Tim peasants in the Discord? No. You have no proof of that. Nope. Man, do I love having arguments for the love of the game. It's not abuse of power when she does it, clearly. That's true. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna go blow my nose because I'm getting all stuffy. I have a bit of a cold, and refill my drink, and then we'll do reacts. We'll do the Napoleon stuff. Actually, I have a few things picked out. I have a few videos picked out. It's not all Napoleon. We'll just see what we feel like watching when I get back. So go get your drink or something, and then we'll do the history reacts, okay? Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. Here's a BRB video to watch while I go get my drink and stuff. Wow. Oh wait, I'll hear Twisted Metal out first.
Twist Metal cheered X100, reminds me in this guy who stopped me while I was walking home and it was freezing spent 20 minutes asking me questions while I was dressed light and he was sitting in his car with the heating on and was literally dripping sweat and asked me if I was Clod while my teeth were chattering. Such a dick.
Oh, that sucks. I should say there have been moments where law enforcement has done good things. I've witnessed. But when they stop you for bullshit reasons, I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I'll fight you in court, bitch. As I pay my ticket immediately and cry on the way home. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Let me make myself smaller. I think I hear like a street cleaner or something outside. Huh. Soda Stim Pup. Her bark is so cute though. Her bark is so cute. It's funny because she we have a routine now that she sleeps in her bed that's beside my computer every time I stream. No, we have our routine because I stream at the same time every day, or I try to. So anytime it's stream time, she comes into my room, she gets all settled in her bed, and we just chill together. That's why you always hear her. She has such a high. She does. She has a little. She has a little pipsqueak bark. No Napoleon today? No, we're doing Napoleon today. I have a few videos. A few video choices. We have, let's see. So, okay. Is Archie just chilling somewhere? He's always sleeping on my bed. Like 70% of the time, Archie's sleeping on my bed. So, okay, I was looking at the Napoleon videos and I didn't know which ones to watch because the main one is like 5.5 hours long, I think, with all his battles and everything. So I just picked like some of his major battle videos we could watch together, like the Siege of Toulon, the Battle of Austerlitz, the Battle of Eylau, Battle of Waterloo. Oh, this is not Napoleon, but I wanted to watch this. The Battle of the Somme. I don't know what this is. Was Canada in this battle? I don't remember. But it's sticking out to me. Sister Cecilia! Welcome in. Can we get a shout out for Sister Cecilia? The Battle of the Somme was World War One. I know it's World War One. I just couldn't remember if Canada had a big part of it. Canada was there. Okay, that's what I remember. Because I remember there's a few battles that Canada is known for, and I kind of wanted to learn about it. I'd wait on Waterloo. They're doing a new series on it. Have you already watched Austerlitz? Was Austerlitz in the March of the Eagles campaign? I'm sure I've seen some of these before. I just don't remember. I shudder at the thought of Canadians in world wars. Because we kick ass! Yeah. The Somme was a big bloody battle in World War One. I think Canada was in it too. What was the other battle Canadians are known for? I don't think Canada played a major role, but they were there. Oh, Vimy Ridge. Yeah, Vimy Ridge. Y'all kicked too much ass. You had to be reined in. Maybe I shouldn't phrase it that way. Bye, Justin. Vimy Ridge and the 100-day offensive. I don't know what that 100-day is. Oh, and Passchendaele. That's right, RP Wheels, Passchendaele. I highly recommend the Extra History series, Napoleon in Egypt, which talks more about Napoleon as a leader and his policies during the Egypt campaign rather than just going over battles. It gives a lot more insight into what he was actually like as a person. So there is so here's some of the battles, but there's also downfall of Napoleon when he goes to Russia, at the start when he goes into Russia. And then there's his campaign in Spain, I believe, is another video. And then also the Egypt one. Thank you for the 2 months, slaying kindly. Thank you. The Iberian campaign. Oh, is it Italy, not Spain? Or it is Spain too? Let's learn all about Napoleon against the monarchy for educational purposes. Hey, don't get any ideas. Don't get any ideas. Iberia is Spain. Oh, I didn't. Iberian means Spain and Portugal. Oh, it's Spain plus Portugal. What do you guys want to watch? I don't know what I should watch. I just have some videos picked because I didn't know. I don't know like what is the best order to do it in. Oh, and then I also have oops. I had a Max Miller video because we haven't watched Tasting History in a while about what the Roman Colosseum was like. Thought that would be cool. Maybe the Russian invasion. Let's look at this together. Control-Shift-T opens tabs you just closed. Oh, does it? I think you should watch Downfall since you already started the main series. I've had a few comments on the video saying not to watch Downfall because I missed stuff in the beginning though. Wasn't sure. Thank you for the sub, Sister Cecilia. Welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. You could do Sabaton. Oh yeah, I need to do Sabaton history too. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at here. This is what I'm looking at. There's the turning point in Napoleonic Wars, the invasion of Russia. There's Downfall, but I'm guessing like this like part of Downfall? That's what I'm kind of confused about. Is Downfall like everything? And these are just the separate videos separate videos put into one video? Okay, it is. That's how I got confused about because I'm gonna be double watching things if I watch like one big video versus little ones. And then there's also Downfall has everything from 1809 to 1814. Okay. So I should probably watch Downfall then, because I watched March of the Eagles, 1805 to 1809. What am I missing from the start? Because there's nothing before March of the Eagles other than individual battles, I think. 1805. What's before 1805? Oh, I could watch the Siege of Toulon. I don't know that one. Toulon? Italy and Egypt are before? So, where's that? Italian campaign. They did some of the Italy campaign and Toulon. Italy and Egypt are chronologically earlier, but were released later. Egypt is where he got his reputation from. Watch Downfall first to see his rise of power. I think that's the best. There's so many videos, and it's confusing because some of them are included in the compilations and some aren't. So okay. He rises in Italy though. Is there a playlist? Do they have a playlist? Let's see. Close your eyes and just click a video. The Brumaire coup video is great. It's about how Napoleon seized power. March of the Eagles. Complete campaigns? Wait, what's this? Napoleon's marshals. Napoleon Egypt. Is this in order? This is not in order. No! Hi, Sanko. Let's do... It's sorted by top episode? Full series? We should do prehistoric area and learn about dinosaurs too. Look at the top for Napoleon's rise to power. The path to power. Napoleon's first victory, Toulon. Battle of Lodi. Hi, Spats. Have a good look. This looks like it's in order. Okay. We could just do this. Should I just do this? Or should I do the Italian campaign? Because I feel like this could be in it. But I don't know. I still recommend Extra History's Napoleon series instead. They cover the entirety of the Egyptian campaign. And it's more focused on him than in one battles. This includes the Italian campaign. Alright, let's do this. Let's just watch this playlist. Let's just watch this playlist. We'll see how far we get. I don't know if I'll have time to watch through all of it. I'm a bit sick. Shockingly, I'm a bit sick. But okay, before we watch this, I wanted to watch the Coliseum food because I'm in the mood for Max Miller. And let's start on a happy note, okay? So 1 second, I want to watch the Coliseum food because I'm like, there's one thing about me that you might not know is I'm obsessed with gladiators. I think they're so cool. Like, how can you not like gladiators? They just look so badass. It's so interesting to me that was like... So, like, was gladiators, like, their MMA, do you think? Like, is that an apt comparison? Except for, like, people died, I guess. The good ones are professionals. That's what I love. Oh, more like WWE. Yeah, that's what I love because it's actually like they played like they were kind of like actors. They played it up. Women who watched Spartacus and fell in love be like, I've never seen Spartacus. This is all based on Gladiator, the movie with Russell Crowe and the other guy, what, Phoenix? Joaquin Phoenix? Deaths in gladiator fights were actually rarer than you might think. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Romans could literally buy... What? Really? They had a gift shop. You could buy gladiator sweat at the gift shop after? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I love that. I love how it was like very performance-y and like how people had their favorite fighters and stuff. Gladiator bathwater? That's crazy. Okay, let's do this.
Maybe like?
They were expensive fighters with years of training. You don't just kill them off. Interesting. I want to see the Colosseum one day. It's one of my goals. I know that's like the most like typical touristy thing ever, but I just really want to see a Colosseum. It doesn't have to be the Colosseum. I just want to see like a amphitheater, I guess. Also, gladiators tend to be chonky boys. The extra layer of fat helped keep them alive. I did know that. I did know that. I feel like it might be overrated, but it's just one of those things I want to see. I want to go to Rome so bad. I went to the Colosseum. It was worth it. Oh, man. I really want to go one day. It's on my bucket list. It's nice. Go visit. Okay, this is our boy Max Miller with the Roman Colosseum. What was it like to attend the game? Let's see. Let's find out. It's movie time. Hi, YouTube. Please subscribe to my channel where we do a lot of history content and react content and gameplay highlights. Today we're learning about the Colosseum from Max Miller's Tasting History.
Where would you get your tickets? Where would you sit? What would you actually see? And most importantly, what would you eat? It wouldn't be hot dogs and nachos, but rather something like these honeyed dates stuffed with nuts and pepper. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we spend a day at the Colosseum, this time on Tasting History.
Yay, Tasting History with our boy Max Miller. We love to see it. These videos always make me happy.
Panem et circenses. Bread and circuses. That's what the poet Juvenal said that the ancient Romans really wanted, and he meant it in—
No hot dogs and nachos, no! I don't know, candy dates or whatever sound pretty good. Also, I have this cookbook. You should buy it. It's actually really good. I cooked the like first stew. What was it called? Medieval stew from it. I'm pointing with hands you can't see. Buy this cookbook. It's really good.
In a disparaging way, but I gotta say, food and entertainment, that's kind of all I want too. And should you ever find yourself in the ancient Roman Empire, the Colosseum could provide you with both of those things. The concession stands of the Colosseum offered chickpeas, nuts, fruits, sausages, little pastries.
Oh my god, they had concession stands. I don't know why this is shocking to me. I'm just like imagining an NHL game that I've been to where the pizza's $25, except for you're buying like chickpeas for $25 in ancient Rome. And like, man, they raised the prices again. What the?
Trees, figs, grapes, peaches, cherries, berries, walnuts, olives, and melons. The poet Martial specifically called out a fondness for dates, such as are sold at the theaters. So I found a recipe for stuffed dates using the ancient Roman cookbook Apicius de Coquinaria. Remove the stones from dates and stuff with nuts, pine nuts, or ground pepper. Roll in salt, fry in cooked honey,
oh my
and
god.
serve.
They
well,
had
that's easy
deep-fried
enough.
dates?
Now,
What
he
the?
calls these dulcia domestica, or homemade sweets. But in fact, most people would have probably bought these already made. Because in ancient Rome, especially in the city, having—
That does sound incredible. They had deep-fried food back in— They had, like, literally had stadium food back in ancient times. That's so cool.
A kitchen in your own home was really quite a luxury, so most people got most of their food at the thermopolia, which were basically ancient fast food restaurants. But since most people today do have kitchens in their homes, we can make these homemade sweets as well as a home-cooked meal from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a convenient way to get cooking at home, making more home-cooked meals. Partly because they deliver all of the ingredients to your door, so you're not even having to go to the grocery store, and all of the ingredients come pre-portioned, so you're not having to do a lot of prep work, the most annoying part about the cooking process. The recipes are well written and they have step-by-step instructions that anyone can follow, so in no time you have a home-cooked meal ready to eat. Last night, I made the chicken sausage spaghetti bolognese with zucchini.
Oh, that actually looks
wonderfully flavorful and very filling. A perfect meal to eat while sitting on the couch in my sweatpants. And HelloFresh isn't just for dinner because they also have a lineup of breakfasts, from egg bites to cinnamon rolls. And right now—
So damn excited for my trip to the UK. Man, I want to go to the UK. I want to go Europe, UK one day. For the Tank Museum, Portsmouth, IWM London, HMS Belfast, RAF Duxford, Warhammer World. Next trip will include the Royal Armories. What's a Royal Armory? Like the the palace? Like, is it like at the palace? Like with their like swords and stuff? Like suits of armor and things? That is so cool.
Now, they are offering a free breakfast in every box for life. Just go to HelloFresh.com and use code TASTINGHISTORYFREE for free breakfast for life. That's one breakfast item per box while the subscription is active. That's code TASTINGHISTORYFREE at HelloFresh.com for free breakfast for life. Though if it's ancient Roman snacks that you're looking for, well, I've got you covered there. And for that, what you'll need is 15 to 20 dates. And you want a big date, like medjool dates, because they need to be big enough to get stuffed. Then 1 cup or 125 grams of walnuts, a 1/3 cup or 45 grams of pine nuts.
Dates are
and you
actually
can use
really
either
yummy. They're
or
like
nuts,
sweet.
walnuts or pine nuts, but I'm going to use both because why not? And then 1 teaspoon of black pepper. And
That's what black pepper looks like? What? Is that like a pepper? Wait. Oh my god, I never thought of this before. Does pepper come from a plant? That's so weird to think of. That's long pepper?
For a long pepper because that was one of the popular peppers in ancient Rome, and it is easy to get if you go online or an Indian grocery store. It's wonderful. It's
I've
a little
never
bit different
seen a
from
pepper
most of the
plant
peppers that
before.
you've tried, so try some long pepper. Then 1 cup or 230.
Okay, I've seen pepper plants like jalapeno plants, but not like black pepper, like peppercorn plants. Wait, it grows on pepper trees? What the?
35 milliliters of honey and
I
some
don't know.
fine
I
sea
never
salt
thought
for
about where it
rolling the
comes
dates.
from.
So start by slicing the dates lengthwise on one side. Don't cut them all the way in half. You want to just cut them so they can hold the filling.
Wait, where does pepper come from? Like peppercorns. Where does peppercorns come from? Because chat likes to troll me, and I don't know what's true and what's fake now. Is it like a pepper plant? Is it a pepper tree? Pepper comes from the pepper cow. It's harvested from pepper bugs. Chat. I'm gonna send you on to the oubliette. Not for a fun time. Eggs of the pepper dragons. Okay.
Grind the walnuts and pine nuts in a mortar. Now the recipe doesn't say what the texture is exactly supposed to be. You can make this into a really fine paste, like using a blender or something like that, but with a mortar and pestle, it kind of is not quite as fine, and I like that because it adds to the texture. What you do want well crushed is the long pepper. The finer the better, because biting into a big old piece of pepper ain't great. Once the pepper is crushed, add in the nuts and mix all together until everything is evenly dispersed, and then take a date, open it up, and stuff in as much of that filling as you can. And you kind of want to pack it in there because otherwise it'll all fall out when it goes into the honey for cooking. Once it's filled, close up the date around it as best you can and continue this until all the dates are filled. Then take the dates one at a time and roll them in the salt. Again, fine salt is going to work best for this because you want it to stick to the outside. If you use like a kosher salt or something, it just doesn't stick. Once they're all coated, heat the honey in a saucepan. And you just want to bring it to a simmer with the foam rising in the middle, and you let it cook for about 10 minutes. And keep an eye on it because if it gets too hot, it will foam up and actually out of the pan, and you get a huge sticky mess that's just impossible.
That's like when you're boiling milk. Have you ever tried boiling milk? Have you ever tried boiling milk and it's like doesn't do anything for like 10 minutes? And you walk away for 1 second and you come back and it's like erupting everywhere. And you're like, what do you mean? I was here for 10 minutes and you were doing nothing. I walk away for 1 second and it explodes.
To clean. I've been there, I've done that, and I do not recommend. So you just want a little bit of foam and let it cook for 10 minutes, and then you can start adding the dates into the honey. Now they're gonna open up a little bit, so make sure that the filling is on the top, otherwise the filling will all come out. And instead of rolling them around in the honey, kind of spoon the honey or push the honey up on top so it gets into the filling, but so that the filling doesn't fall out. Leave them to cook in the honey for about 45 seconds to a minute, and then take them out and set them on a plate or a piece of foil or parchment. And then let them cool completely. It'll take about 10 minutes, which is enough time for me to tell you about the rather tedious build that is the Lego Colosseum. The nice thing is that because it's kind of tedious, I had plenty of time to let my imagination run wild and wonder what it was like to actually visit the Colosseum in ancient Rome.
They have Lego for everything now. Lego Colosseum, historically
So you're
accurate,
going to
Lego
the Colosseum. Lucky you. Just a few little things to cover before you head off. First of all,
I'm so excited to see somebody die in gladiatorial combat today. Yay! I hope they have my favorite honey dates.
Don't call it the Colosseum. Back in ancient Rome, they called it the Amphitheatrum Flavium, or Flavian Amphitheater, named after the imperial dynasty that ruled during its construction. The Colosseum likely refers to a statue.
Holy shit, I'm so Warhammer brain. I saw this statue here and I thought it was a freaking void dragon. I was like, what is that, Warhammer? Oh my god.
Stood near the amphitheater. Though at some point, after Nero was no longer popular, the Romans reskinned it so it would be Sol, the sun god. But as long as you see a colossal statue next to an amphitheater, you're in the right place. Now, the second thing before you head off is that you need to make sure you got a ticket. Good news is they're free. Bad news is you're probably not going to get one. See, even though the Colosseum could hold around 50,000 spectators, some say it's actually closer to 70,000, the city had a population of nearly 1 million, and so not everyone was going to get a ticket. Now, some years there were lots and lots of games, so your chances were higher. Like in the year 107, to celebrate his victory over the Dacians, the Emperor Trajan held games for 123 consecutive days with over 11,000 beasts and 10,000
123 days straight of games? When you think about that, that's a lot. That's like the Olympics every day.
Gladiators entertaining the crowds. But most years they were only holding games on a handful of days throughout the entire year, usually around religious festivals like Saturnalia. But let's assume that they are holding games. How do you get a ticket? Well, just like going to the Super Bowl today, you need to know someone. See, while the tickets were free, they handed them out in big blocks to either guilds or very prominent people within the city. So maybe you're good friends with the head of the Praetorian Guard, not that Praetorian Guard, but the ones that guarded the emperor, and he could give you a ticket. Or, like me, you could be a miller, and one of the members of the Guild of Millers.
The Guild of Millers uses only the finest grains, true Roman bread for true Romans.
Oh, neither of them. A miller! That's so funny. I wonder if he's actually descended from the millers from Rome. Or they just made that up in the movie. That could be true. The Praetorian Guard that never protected the emperor and even stabbed him. Ah, yes, that one.
Those avenues work, then they do have scalpers, so you could buy a ticket. It would just be a lot more expensive.
They had scalpers in ancient Rome!
Then you'd probably want to pay, seeing as they're free in the first place.
But they did.
Let's assume you finally get yourself a ticket. The tickets, called tesserae, were often lead tokens or shards of pottery with information etched on them.
Wow,
and the information that would be
tickets.
etched on these little pieces of lead or clay would be similar to what you'd find on a ticket today. You've got the entrance gate number that you go through, your level or section number, and then a row number. And knowing exactly what these are, where you would be, is important to know what you're going to bring with you. Basically, if you're not a senator or the emperor, you're going to want to bring a seat cushion with you because all of the benches are either marble or wood, and that's just not comfortable.
So you're saying, Chad, scalpers have existed since the beginning of mankind. Since the beginning of time of man, we've always just had people who are piece of shit scalpers. I'm sure they had scalpers in the caveman days too. They were like upselling, I don't know, fire on a stick. So it wasn't just Ticketmaster. Buy face with scalpers upcharging for berries? That's crazy. That's crazy. If you can sell things, you can scalp people. Wow.
Luckily, outside the Colosseum, there are stalls set up with vendors selling cushions called tomentum circense, or circus stuffing. This was basically just chopped up reeds that were stuffed in, so probably not super comfortable, but more comfortable than marble. While you're shopping, you could also pick up some tchotchkes, like statues of gladiators, or if you could afford it, a vial of
they got figurines!
Gladiator blood or sweat.
Ew,
the sweat being a popular addition to cosmetics. And you'd also want to get yourself some snacks. Most of the vendors outside sold sausages or...
I'm sorry, wait, what? They added gladiator sweat to cosmetics? What? Why? They had Gunpla. Dead gladiator skin was sometimes also sold. More like Afro. Oh, those kind of oils. Oh, I was thinking like added to like your lips, your lipstick or something. Oh. The taste of gladiator sweat lip balm. That's what I was thinking. I understand now. Cosmetics quotation marks. Perfume, maybe? Do they even have lipstick in the Roman Empire? I'm sure they had something to put on their lips. Some kind of like crushed pigment or something. Romans were nuts about their cosmetic. Ode de Gladiator.
Pastries or little sweets like the ones that we're making today, and you could get things inside as well, but I'm guessing, just like today, the prices were always inflated inside the theater.
They
So
had
you got your
hair
cushion,
dye.
you got your tchotchkes, and you got your snacks.
Interesting.
Now you gotta find your entrance, and there were 80 of them, so it might take a while. 2 gates were reserved
Oh my
for
god, imagine walking around the Colosseum to find your entrance. Dang, that's a lot of walking. 80 entrances.
the imperial family and others of very high rank, and then another 2 were used by gladiators. These were the Porta Triumphalis, or Door of Victory, and the Porta Libitinaria, or Door of Death. But more than likely, you would use one of the other 76
Door of
entrances. Then once you're in, you just have to find your section, which was all delineated by class. The lowest section, closest to the action, was called the podium, and this is where you would sit if you were a senator or a priest or a Vestal Virgin. These were like the private boxes at a football game, and I'm assuming where Taylor Swiftess would sit. Then at the center of one of the
Taylor
long
Swiftess?
sides of the Colosseum, like the 50-yard line, sat the emperor, along with his family and guests. Now the great thing about this section, the podium, is not only were you closer to the action, but also you didn't have to sit on benches. The senatorial class and the imperial family were wealthy enough that they just brought in their own plush cushioned chairs,
of
like
course.
carting in a lazy boy to the show. Sadly for us, we're probably not part of the senatorial class.
That's like the, I'm just equating this to hockey rinks because that's what I know. But that's like the family, friends and family head coaches zone or whatever. And they have like their own private bar and their own like lounge area and they have like a chef and everything. That's where all the fancy people go. The owner's boxes. Yeah.
And so all we've got is our little seat cushion stuffed with reeds. Now, if you're not a senator, but you are part of the equestrian class, well, then you would be fortunate enough to sit in the second tier, the Menianum Primum. These seats would have been made of marble, and there would be a big wall behind you separating you from the rabble in the upper levels. But let's face it, most of us would be the rabble in the upper levels.
We can't see
there
them,
was
but
the
we can
Menianum
smell them.
Secundum Imum, and this is where the plebeian males of Rome would sit. Then the
The plebeian males. Wow. The plebs. The plebeian males.
Menianum Secundum Summum, which is where non-citizens, the very poor, and the slaves would sit. Both of these sections were probably a lot less roomy than the lower sections, and they would have less vendors going up and down the aisles selling wine and different snacks.
Wait,
Luckily,
plebeian women are with the servants?
we brought our own.
Typical
Now,
Sim
there is
laughing
one
at the
more
boys.
section at the very, very top, a 15-story hike up to the pinnacle of the Colosseum. This was the Mesianum Summum in Legnis, and this section was reserved for women. Not only
What? Oh my god! I'm walking 15 stories to the top of the Colosseum! What the fuck? That's crazy. God damn it! I knew that was coming, but still, it hurts to hear it. Owned. I was just making fun of the plebeian males, and then, yeah, get owned, white girl.
you have to climb 15 stories, but then they usually didn't have enough seats, so a lot of the women had to stand the entire
great.
time, and you couldn't really see or hear what
Great.
was going on in the arena. But on the plus
They
side,
didn't have big screens back then, so we had to have our freaking looking glasses to see what's going on, and we couldn't hear anything. No speaker system back then.
you were the first person to get shade. See, one of the biggest
Oh, okay.
dangers about seeing something at the Colosseum was not a rogue wild animal or somebody throwing a javelin into the audience. No, it was sunstroke. That is why the Valarium was so important. This was a huge canopy or awning that could be stretched out across the top of the Colosseum, giving shade to those below. But as it didn't come all the way to the center, many of the people closest to the center didn't get the benefit of the shade during certain parts of the day. So the wealthiest people wouldn't actually get the shade. So if you are in the best seats, hopefully you brought your umbraculi.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their own
These were parasols used for a little personal shade. Now, while sitting down in those lower sections was great because you could be closer to the emperor, sometimes it was not so great because you could be closer to the emperor. And depending on the emperor...
That is so funny. That is so emperor coded. It's great to be close to the emperor, but only on their good days. Only on the good days. It's also real bad to be close to the emperor.
That might not be a good thing. Best case scenario, he might mock you for eating at the games. The Emperor Augustus, while watching the games at the Circus Maximus just down the way from the future Colosseum, once saw a military man that he knew eating during the games, and then, quite rudely, he said to the man, "If I want to dine, I go home." To which the man eating sent a cheeky response, saying, "Yes, but you are not afraid of losing your seat." I guess Augustus was an emperor that you could give some lip without a lot of repercussions. That was not the case with the Emperor Domitian. Now, I did a video on Domitian and his cruelty during a specific banquet, the Black Banquet, but it seems that he was even worse at the Colosseum.
Wow.
One day while watching a bout between two gladiators at the Colosseum, a man was overheard saying that a Thracian gladiator might be a match for the Murmillo, but not for the patron of the games. Basically, he was implying that the emperor had kind of set things up to favor the gladiators that he liked. And Domitian, never one to overreact, had the man dragged from his seat and, with a placard around his neck reading "A Thracian supporter who spoke evil of his emperor," he was thrown into the arena and torn to pieces by dogs. So,
oh my god! Torn to pieces by wild dogs? What the? He wasn't having a good day. He wasn't having a good day. You don't chirp the emperor like that unless you want to be torn apart by dogs. Reasonable reaction. Who said wild? I guess he didn't have to be wild. They'd just be starving. He almost lost his cool there. Valid crash out.
if after a few glasses of wine you get a little loose in the lips, maybe it's best that you're not sitting down by,
That's so
by the
funny.
emperor. Though,
I mean, that's not funny. That's horrific, but it's also... it's also kind of like, whoa, okay.
No matter where you sit, everybody in the arena gets the same show. The day would open with the Pompa, which was a parade around the arena. There were trumpeters, water organists, and drummers leading a procession of animals like elephants, horses, and oxen. Then
Too soon still. Sorry, my bad. Too soon. Too soon.
acrobats and dancers. Statues of the gods would be carried in on litters, nobles and soldiers in chariots, and finally the editor, or person in charge of arranging the games, along with his entourage, and of course the gladiators, who later in the day would fight for the enjoyment of the audience.
I love how the gladiators
Following
look.
the Pompa was the venationes, or hunt of the wild beasts. Bears, elephants, giraffes, crocodiles, wild dogs, lions, and other big...
Giraffes? What? They would hunt giraffes? That's so sad. But they're just friend-shaped. What? Why would you hunt a giraffe?
Cats would be let into the arena. Some would do tricks or were parts of skits that had scenery and costumes, and people would come out and interact with the animals. It was a whole big thing. And then often they were part of the hunt, and this would be where people went in and hunted the animals, sometimes ending in the animal's demise and sometimes that of the hunter. After this, it was time for the halftime show, the Meridiani, though instead of today a pop singer...
Have you ever fought a giraffe? No? Have you ever seen a giraffe kick? No? I imagine them as peaceful creatures. Giraffes can also crush your ribcage with their neck swings. Giraffes are scary as fuck? What? No way! I thought they were peaceful creatures, like long-necked dinosaurs. Oh my god, I gotta watch a giraffe video. There are no peaceful creatures in Africa, Stim. Aren't there? Never mind, that's not Africa. I was gonna say, aren't there koalas? But is that... Are koalas only in Australia? Or are they in other places in the world? They're only in Australia? Wait, koalas are also dangerous? No, they're not. How can you tell me they're dangerous? Australia, Africa, and Amazons are home to a lot of nature's horrors. There's gotta be a cute, peaceful creature in Africa. They also have chlamydia? What the fuck? What? What? Don't ruin koalas for me, okay? Stop it. They're pure, innocent teddy bear animals. Stop it.
Coming out and singing all of their greatest hits, it was a time for public executions. Very often, this meant damnatio ad bestias, or condemnation to beasts, where criminals, prisoners of war, or other people who just annoyed the emperor were put to death by wild animal.
Oh my god! That's worse than, like, other public executions, I feel. Imagine just annoying the emperor and just having to, like, run away from wild animals while everybody in your city watches. You've never heard? No, I never heard of this. I didn't know they did public executions at the Colosseum. I thought it was like, I knew they did the hunting of the beast, but I didn't know it was executions too.
Sometimes it was not the wild animals doing the killing, but other condemned persons, forced to fight each other for the enjoyment of the audience. Seneca wrote about this barbaric practice, saying that they had to fight each other with weapons, but weren't given helmets or armor of any kind. The spectators insist that each, on killing his man, shall be thrown against another to be killed in his turn. And the eventual victor is reserved by them for some other form of butchery. The only exit for the contestants is death.
Oh, so even if... I knew they had, like, criminals fight each other. But even if you win, they just find some other way to condemn you? So you're not even safe if you win? Okay.
Fire and steel keep the slaughter going. And all this happens while the arena is virtually empty. And he says that the arena was virtually empty because most of the audience took this time to go get lunch or use the facilities or book some time with one of the many, many prostitutes working in the lower levels of the Colosseum. But they all came back following the executions because...
God damn! They did the public executions as an excuse for a bathroom break? You're telling me? Holy shit. This is like the ad. This is like where they played the ads. The halftime show. This is where they played the ads and everyone gets up to get their snackies and their bathroom break. That's crazy. The intermission. Whoa!
It was time for the most anticipated portion of the day. In fact, many people didn't even come to the show until this portion of the games. It was called the Munera and typically involved several dozen pairs of gladiators fighting, sometimes to the death, but especially if they were good and popular with the crowd, not to the death. So I've done an entire video on gladiators, so I won't rehash too much, but I will make sure that that is the video that pops up after this. But suffice it to say, in ancient Rome, gladiators were held in high esteem. They were the celebrities and the top athletes of the day.
Celebrities? So you're saying if I was alive in ancient Rome, I'd be a gladiator, and you guys would come watch me at the Colosseum, and my gladiator name would be the Green Violence, right? The entertainers, the celebrities, that's what we're saying? Yeah, we'd get one fight. Hell yeah. If you won a lot, I always win, chat. I always win. No, you would be the emperor. Oh, okay. True. No, you're a woman. Did they not have women gladiators? Oh, wait, you know what? I've never seen a woman gladiator. Huh. Yeah, you're right. I've never seen a woman gladiator, actually. No, why would they? I don't know. I thought they... Why wouldn't they? I would think it's fun. They had gladiatrix. Oh, right. They had other women entertainers. Right.
Now, as the games were, among other things, a way for the emperor to curry favor with his people, there were always some little surprise gifts during the games. Sometimes it was perfume that was sprayed out over the entire audience using a system of sparciones. It was like modern-day misters, but instead of just water, it was perfumed water,
Imagine
sometimes with
perfume in your
saffron or
eyes.
balsam. And sometimes it would rain not water,
It's in my eyes!
but prizes. These were called
That's
sparsio
wild.
micilium, and they were little wooden balls shot into the audience, t-shirt cannon style. The
T-shirt
balls were
cannons!
vouchers inscribed with prizes to be collected from the sponsor of the games. Cassius Dio said that the Emperor Titus gave out little wooden balls variously inscribed, one designating some article of food, another clothing, another a silver vessel, or perhaps a gold one, or again horses, pack animals, cattle, or slaves. In one instance, the recipient even got an entire apartment in the city.
Wow!
But should you get a hold of one of these balls, you wanted to get out of the Colosseum as quick as possible, because some of these prizes have already been torn to pieces in the hands of those who try to snatch them.
Oh my
The
god.
most sensible man, therefore, runs from the theater as soon as he sees the little gifts being brought in, for he knows that one pays a high price for small favors.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and think that these little t-shirt cannons didn't make it up to the very top where the women are. Just a wild guess. They never made it to the top there.
Basically, it was safer for you to get out of the Colosseum altogether before the prizes even start getting shot into the audience. Now, maybe not as flashy as an entire apartment,
Imagine if, like, a
another
t-shirt
thing
railgun.
that might be shot into the audience, raining down, was food. Biscuits and melting pastries, Amerian fruit not overripe, musk cakes, and bursting dates from invisible palms were showering down. And now everyone, be he rich or poor, boasts himself the emperor's dinner guest.
That's kind of cool.
Bursting dates raining down from the sky. Bursting dates, perhaps, like the ones I'm about to eat right now. And here we
Yummy.
are, honeyed dates stuffed with nuts and pepper. So you've got to let them cool because at first they are just super, super sticky. They're still sticky once they're cooled, but not as sticky. Like, it's actually not that
It's
bad.
making me hungry.
Especially if they're raining down on you. Oh, what a mess. Here we go.
Imagine how sticky it is, though. Because you think about it, it's probably everyone's sweaty. It's like midday. Everything's like humid and sticky, and there's like honey dates and like, ew! It must be so sticky at the Colosseum, like blood and sweat and honey and perfume mist and yeah, fun times.
That's really good.
Oh,
That's
so
really,
cute.
really good. So the most surprising and pleasant flavors in here are simply the salt and pepper.
Oh,
Because it's a lot of sweet. Between the dates and the honey, you get a lot of sweet. Also, you want the texture of those nuts. Don't grind them up into a fine paste. Have a little texture. But to counteract the sweet, that pepper and salt, I think it's really, really important. They're not over peppery. There's a little heat from it. They're not overly salty. It's a perfect match.
I want to make this.
They are really, really good. So these are way, way simple to make. They're easy to find all the ingredients, so give it a shot. It's definitely worth it, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Yay! Max Miller Tasting History. I should make that because I have the cookbook. Next cooking stream, I make Colosseum food. Hey? Hey? Colosseum food for the next cooking stream?
Whenever you see an Old West saloon and a tea
You should make some garum. But can you wear toga when you do it? Yes. That is a great idea. Every time I do a cooking stream, I'm gonna do it in character. Last time, I wore my like medieval tavern wench outfit. Next time, I'm gonna do a toga. Can you throw it at your neighbors and call it a celebration? Yes. I also missed you with gladiator sweat. I hope there's no scum this time, just honey. Keep in mind a toga is like 2 to 4 meters of fabric. I'll just go to like a thrift store and buy some curtains, some white curtains. You're gonna end up with a cosplay closet at this rate. Perfect. Coliseum cooking stream, but Stim isn't visible because she's been relegated to the top balcony. It's just me yelling from far away. Hey! Hey, pass me the dates! Can you pass me the dates up here? What's going on? I can't see. What's going on down there? Where did he stab him? Very, very historically accurate, yes. Yes. I've never had, like, I don't think I've ever had dates. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had dates. Oh, I've had date squares. Where, like, when it's, like, in this, like, it's in a, like, a crumbly type dessert, but I've never had just date. Wow, yeah, we know. Forever single? Holy. Wow, was that necessary? Damn, no dates. Was that necessary? You don't even remind me, okay? The whole thing about togas is the bigger it is, the more important you are. As you have people dressing you, so size means nothing. Oh. Okay, well, that was interesting. I love some Max Miller. Always makes me happy. It's always good vibe. Now we do this playlist. It's literally impossible to put on a toga by yourself. They are heavy. Well, I put a corset on by myself, so I'm sure I could figure it out. Stim, many of us also don't go on dates, so don't feel too bad. Thank you. At this point, the thought of a date freaks me out. It seems freaky. It seems scary.
An epic history.
Okay, let's get this. Napoleon's first victory at the Siege of Toulon. I've never seen this. Women didn't wear togas, they wore dresses. There weren't women togas? Really? Well done. Woman, Roman outfit. Wow, it just shows me like very sleazy Halloween costumes. Oh, woman Roman outfit, and it's just like very interesting Halloween costumes. Clothing in ancient Rome. Togas were for the important people, not for the top balcony people. Well, they had to have like what did women in society wear? Historically accurate. Oh, they did wear like dresses that kind of look like togas. Like very drapey dresses that look kind of like togas. It looks like. Woman wore stola. It's pretty. It's just like color. It looks like it kind of looks like togas with like colorful shawls draped around them with jewelry. The poor people usually had more generic tunics. Pretty. Okay. Back to Napoleon. Back to Napoleon. This is Epic Histories Napoleon's first victory, the Siege of Toulon. We're learning about today Napoleon's like uprising, I guess. How he came to power. Before we watch Downfall. So we'll watch Downfall after we watch the rise to power of Napoleon. This is the Siege of Toulon, 1793. please consider liking and subscribing to my channel where we do a lot of cool react videos about history and like funny things and whatever I feel like reacting to. Wow, this is a great ad read. I'm so good at this. Okay, let's watch the video.
History TV History March collaboration, supported by our sponsor, Osprey Publishing.
Professional streamer. It was in Toulon that my reputation began. Napoleon Bonaparte.
In the summer of 1793, the French Revolution was entering its 4th year, and France was on the verge of anarchy.
Anarchy! Can you guys hear okay? Should I turn it up? Can I turn it up? Oh, I can turn it up. Okay, I'll change it up a little bit.
In Paris, political extremists had seized control of the revolution.
What? That guy's mogging me. Danton is mogging me. What the? Okay.
They guillotined the king and imposed a reign of terror that dealt summary justice to all suspected enemies of the revolution.
Wait, Danton mogged everyone? That was his thing? For real? That was his thing? Okay.
Hoping to unify the new republic, France's leaders had declared war on the Habsburg Empire. But the conflict quickly widened, and soon France was facing the combined might of Europe's leading powers, determined to stamp out her dangerous political experiment. Meanwhile, whole regions of
So, like, France is everybody's enemy at this point. Got it.
France had come out in open revolt, horrified by the new extremism of the revolution. In August, the Republic suffered a further, potentially fatal blow when the city of Toulon joined the revolt.
Toulon.
Toulon was France's largest and most important naval base in the south, home to a third of the entire French Navy.
Wow. A third of the entire French Navy in one port? That's a lot.
Now, rebels welcomed their old enemy, the British Royal Navy, into the port, led by Admiral Lord Hood, aboard HMS Victory. It was an extraordinary coup. Without a shot being fired, the Allies had crippled French naval power in the Mediterranean and gained a vital toehold on the French coast.
Wait, how did I go over my head? How did Britain just come in there? They welcomed them in. Why? What? This is part of why the French were so rarely successful at sea at the time, as the Navy was heavily royalist. The rebels the rebels invited them in. I see. These regions were once British. 100-year wars. Toulon said, "Frick this revolution. Come in, Britain." I see. Okay. That's good background knowledge. They just invited Britain in. Okay.
All French forces in the area were immediately diverted to face this new threat and lay siege to the rebel port. 19,000 troops in all. But since most French officers had been aristocrats who were now fleeing the revolution in large numbers, they were seriously short of professional leadership. Their commander, General Jean-François Carteau, was a loyal Republican, but a court painter by trade with no military training.
Oh my god! He was the painter? And they put him in charge? Oh boy, okay. They were really desperate, huh?
To make matters worse, one of his few professional officers, his artillery commander, Colonel Dommartin, had been badly wounded on the approach to Toulon. Antoine Salicetti, a Corsican deputy of the National Convention in Paris, recommended as his replacement a fellow countryman, a 24-year-old artillery officer who was passing Toulon en route to the front.
Is this Napoleon?
Named Napoleonic Bonaparte.
It's Napoleon! Wow, he looks so... Is this actually what young Napoleon looked like? He looks so different. He's like he's got kind of like a Lord Farquaad look to him. Propaganda painting. That's true. They always made themselves look better in paintings. It's like today's Photoshop.
Or Bonaparte. Bonaparte was a professional soldier, but he'd seen almost no active service. Nevertheless, Salicetti was impressed by his manner, and most of all, his politics. Bonaparte had just written a political pamphlet, a short story about a young artillery officer who berates his fellow diners for their disloyalty to the Republic.
Okay.
General Carteau thought it wise to accept Deputy Salicetti's recommendation.
Byron. One can remain 24, or if necessary, 36 hours without eating, but one cannot remain 3 minutes without gunpowder? Wow, that's pretty intense.
The great port of
Napoleon is very quotable, I will say. Very quotable. He has some really good quotes.
Toulon was well defended by city walls and a dozen outlying forts and redoubts. They were held by 2,000 British soldiers and sailors, 6,000 Spanish troops,
Wow.
6,000 Neapolitans, and 800 Sardinians.
What a
Artillery
Neapolitan?
would be the key
Is that from Nepal? Are they actually called Neapolitan? From Naples? Wait, is it Nepal or Naples? Wait, how do you say that? I've never heard that called. Tim, look at a map. From Napoli. People from Naples, as in Italians. Okay. Neapolitans are from Naples. Nepali are from Nepal. Okay, I don't know. I've never heard both of those before. Wait, Naples is in Italy. Nepal is in Asia. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know Naples and Nepal both existed at the same time and were different places. Interesting. Okay.
to overcoming these formidable defences.
I didn't know that.
But when Bonaparte was put in command of the artillery on the 16th of September,
They're so similar, okay? I didn't know they would be so similar.
he found himself with few cannon, not enough trained gun crews, and a shortage of gunpowder and shot. With relentless energy and determination, Bonaparte transformed the situation, requisitioning unused guns, training infantrymen to work them, setting up a new forge and workshop, and arranging transport from Marseille of 100,000 sandbags for constructing new batteries.
Okay.
Through hard work, he was ultimately able to build his force up to 64 officers
Wow.
and 1,500 men, manning 100 cannon, howitzers, and mortars.
Wow, that's a lot.
Within days, Bonaparte had established 2 new forward batteries with good revolutionary names, La Montagne and Sans Culottes, which brought Toulon's inner harbour within range and forced Admiral Hood to move all his ships
Nice.
closer to the port.
He chased him away.
Bonaparte also came up with a plan, one that would allow the French to bypass most of Toulon's defences.
He looks so sassy with it. He's like, over there. You see what I'm pointing at over there? Yeah.
And secure the rapid victory the Republic so
Attack.
desperately needed. Bonaparte argued that if Fort L'Aiguillette could be captured, which looked out across the harbour, he could fill it with heavy guns and shell the British and Spanish fleet at anchor. Admiral Hood would be forced to abandon the port and take with him the Allied soldiers that Toulon relied on for its defence.
Okay.
General Carteau saw the merits of Bonaparte's plan, and on the 22nd of September, French forces attacked Montcaire. But to Bonaparte's exasperation, while he'd argued for an attack by 3,000 men, the indecisive Carteau committed only 400.
What? Why? Why only 400? That's silly.
Not only was the attack easily repulsed, but it alerted the Allies to the danger.
Oh my god,
Within
that's
48
embarrassing.
hours, they'd reinforced Montcaire
Oh no.
with thousands more troops and built a new fort named Fort Mulgrave, bristling with 20 cannon.
Oh no.
The position was now so strong, the French nicknamed it Little Gibraltar.
Rip. There's only one possible plan, Bonaparte's.
Finally, in mid-November, an experienced professional soldier arrived to take command of French forces, General Dugommier.
Okay.
He saw at once that Bonaparte's plan was the only way to take Toulon,
Oh,
and gave it his full backing.
nice. Some recognition.
Bonaparte, promoted to major, got to work, overseeing construction of several more batteries in preparation for the decisive assault. One forward battery was so exposed to enemy fire that men refused to be sent there. So Bonaparte renamed it La Batterie des Hommes Sans Peur, the battery of men without fear.
Oh, damn.
And suddenly, there was no shortage
That is so funny. Suddenly, everybody wanted to go there because they wanted they wanted bragging rights.
of volunteers.
That's so funny.
It was an early display of Napoleon's genius for inspiring his soldiers,
Oh, wow.
one that would serve him well in the years ahead.
I call this Giga Chad Squad. Anybody who goes here, W, Giga Chad soldier.
On the 30th of
Cannons for
November,
those with
the
big
Allied Land
PPs.
Forces commander, British General Charles O'Hara, tried to seize back the initiative, leading an assault on the new French batteries facing Fort Malbousquet.
That's actually, sorry to pause, but that's actually so smart to think about. He did that a lot, where he inspired his men by basically like I don't know if you'd say manipulating, but giving them motivation to fight. That's a huge part about being a good leader.
First, the attack was successful. The batteries were overrun, the French guns spiked.
Morale, yes.
But a
Improving morale.
counterattack with much greater numbers, and led in person by General Dugommier and Major Bonaparte, drove back the Allies.
Men love bragging
General
rights.
O'Hara himself was shot through the hand and captured. 12 years before, he'd surrendered to George Washington at Yorktown
George
during the
Washington.
American War of Independence. Now he got to surrender to Napoleon Bonaparte.
Among those who most distinguished themselves and who gave me most help in rallying the men and leading them forward were Citizen Bonaparte, Commandant of the Artillery, General Dugommier to the Minister of War. He's getting recognized! He's getting
In the
recognized!
early hours of the 18th of December, in howling wind and driving rain, the French launched a major assault on Fort Mulgrave. The wet conditions made muskets useless except as clubs or with bayonets. Bonaparte led the second wave in person. Amid fierce hand-to-hand fighting, his horse was killed under him, and he was bayoneted in the thigh by a British sergeant,
Oh.
a wound that came within inches of ending his life and radically changing the course of history. Finally,
His horse!
the Allied garrison was overwhelmed, and Mulgrave fell to the French.
Get on your
Fort
boats and get on
Leguillet
out of
and
here.
Tour de la Balaquière were soon also in French hands. By the following afternoon, the French had 10 heavy guns in Leguillet, placing the Allied ships within range. Admiral Hood could not expose his valuable ships of the line to
Oh, wait. They were shooting them with cannons? How accurate is a cannon from that range, though? That seems pretty risky. Aren't you just shooting cannonballs into the water, trying to hit the ships? Bayonets were often triangle-shaped, as that made it impossible to stitch the wound together. Ooh. Dang, that is nasty. Everything is accurate if you shoot enough. Oh, just the volume of fire. They did have a lot of cannons. He said like 120 artilleries. 50-50 chance of hitting or missing. I guess that's true. If you have that many cannonballs to use, you could just let them rain of cannon fire. Thank you, Zero, for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you.
such a threat. He had no option but to order an immediate evacuation of the fleet and garrison from Toulon. Small Spanish and British teams raced to destroy all the French ships and naval stores that they couldn't take with them. But amid the chaos of their departure, 18 ships of the line were allowed to fall back into French hands. A badly missed opportunity. Many French citizens of Toulon were desperate to escape aboard the Allied ships, knowing that the Republicans would inflict terrible reprisals on the city. British and Spanish ships took as many as they could, about 14,000 in all, but scores were drowned amid chaotic and desperate scenes.
Get us out of here!
Others were left to face the wrath of the revolution.
Surely they didn't do anything too extreme.
Republican troops entered the city the next morning, and executions and firing squads began almost immediately.
Oh!
For the next 2 weeks, about 200 were executed every day.
Every
Allied
day?
propaganda later blamed Bonaparte for the atrocities, but there's no evidence he was directly involved.
Why were they so extreme with that? Holy shit! 200 executions every day after taking it? Wasn't it just civilians mostly? That's insane. My predictions were exactly fulfilled, such is the history of this event, which so greatly astonished Europe and has never been well understood.
France's young republic.
They were seen as traitors? Oh, because they let the British in. But still, like, the people, though? They were traitors. This was kind of at the height of the terror. Wow. 10 out of 10 months, nearly a year of bad mermaid streams. Stim about history. Surely nothing too bad. Thank you for the 10 months, Luton. Almost a year. That's crazy. The revolutionary French government made no distinction between civilians and combatants. 45 stream streak. Wow, Sir Cupcake.
Was now fighting back on all fronts. And with the fall of Toulon, the Allies had lost a golden opportunity, a chance to stir up further revolt, deal a lasting blow to French naval power, perhaps even overturn the revolution. But instead, the French Republic had weathered one of its greatest storms. In no small part, thanks to the remarkable judgment, energy and courage
Look at
of
him,
one
looking all smug.
24-year-old artillery officer, now promoted Brigadier General in recognition of his
General.
extraordinary service at Toulon.
Brigadier General, such a cool title. Brigadier General. What does Brigadier mean? Is that like the artillery regiment? Sounds so cool.
Napoleon Bonaparte had
General of a brigade. Oh. Oh. Obviously. A brigade is like a unit? Commander of a small unit. Okay.
taken his first step on the path to greatness. And for Europe, 21 years of almost constant war awaited.
24? So young.
Our sponsor, Osprey Publishing, has nearly 200 titles on the
24 is still
Napoleonic
time to do
Wars
epic
alone,
military things.
written by specialist historians and covering everything from the history of elite units to tactics, weapons and uniforms.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Visit their website to find out more.
3,000 to 5,000
Thanks to all the brilliant
soldiers
Epic History
in a
TV
brigade.
Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. And also to a great new YouTube channel, History March, who created the Toulon map and siege animations.
Oh, cool!
Be sure to go and check out their channel for more great military history videos.
Oh, I'm hungry thinking about those candied dates from the Colosseum video. History March is cool too.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions.
Okay, next in the playlist is Napoleon in Italy, the Battle of Lodi. 1796.
Collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in...
Okay, 1 second. I'm actually gonna go get an Oreo. I'm so hungry for sweets. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a handful of Oreos. I'm back. I got them double stuffed Oreos. Holy heck, I love Oreos. I just love cookies. So a bit behind why the French were so extreme at this time. Many of the revolutionary leaders were students of the philosopher Rousseau. Rousseau famously advocated that the will of the people was the final say, and any and all measures to stamp out dissenters should be taken, as dissent was the great enemy of peace. Oh, Rousseau. I'm destroying some scampi fries, Tim. What is scampi? Like shrimp scampi on fries? What is this? Huh. Pop. Wait, let me look this up. What is this? Oh, what? What the freak? What is that? They're like square chips. I forgot that in the UK they call chips. Wait, they call chips French fries. They're quite strongly flavored. I don't really like the shrimp flavor. Sorry, we're having a quick food break. Potato chips are fries, right? Chips are fries, crisps are chips. Right? Please send me a care package of British things, and I will send you a care package of Canadian things, which is ketchup chips, Kraft Dinner, I think Kraft Dinner is Canadian. Old Dress chips, coffee crisp, chocolate bars. I'll send him both. Sounds like a bum deal. What do you mean? He's also gonna send me Warhammer thing. See if you can send him an Nanaimo bar. Oh, I probably could if I wrapped it. It's kind of perishable, but I bet I could if I wrapped it really good. And it arrived, like I paid for it to be quicker. Yes, I told Luton to send me extra Warhammer things yet. I have to run errands. Enjoy learning more about Napoleon's Sim. Bye, Penumbra. I would say I will send a nice Cadbury chocolate, but Americans took it over and now it tastes awful again. Really? I also have Primarks to send you. I know, Caston. I need to... Okay, let me bug Glitchstars again to see if they are accepting gifts. Because I still don't have a P.O. box. Tim and Luton cooking stream making Nanaimo bars. That would be very fun. I've never made Nanaimo bars. That looks hard. British people are not pleased. You're a good bean stem. Aw, thank you. I love really chocolatey, sugary things. Like, I'm one of those freaks that likes tasting like the grains of sugar in it because it's so sugary. Like, I like Ben & Jerry's ice cream because it's so bad for you and it tastes so sweet. I love it. I love it. I like Reese's Pieces when I can like taste the sugar grains because it's so sugary. Hi Stim, I'm glad I got to catch you watching this peak. I was watching Epic History's Napoleon series earlier during cardio. Absolutely amazing channel. Hope the day's going well. Thank you, Sir Chimpson. I hope your cardio went well. Ben & Jerry are masters of their craft. I love Ben & Jerry's ice cream. You're like a horse you can feed sugar cubes to? Yes. Yes. I am. I like sugar cubes. Chunky Monkey is my favorite. I like cookie dough. And there's one that's like, I like cookie dough, of course. And there's like also another cookie one I like. Okay, sorry. I'm snackish. Half-baked, yes. Yummy. Let's get back to the video. Had to talk about snacks for a minute. I'm very snacky. This is the Battle of Lodi.
Northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail.
I like the pictures of him with long hair before he like gets older. I like to imagine him with long hair.
Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory.
Oh, Montenot, Dego, Mondovi, Lodi, Castiglione.
Transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign and the dawn of a new age.
Look at that aura. Look at him. I love their uniforms. The second time you pronounced Lodi perfectly. Was it Lodi or Lodi? I keep going back and forth. Peak propaganda. I love their hats.
1792. Europe is plunged into conflict by revolution in France. At first, it seems this infant republic will be quickly snuffed out by her neighbors. Incredibly, France clings on, thanks to mass mobilization, patriotic fervor, and her traditional military power.
Oh no, the poor horses.
In 1795, France occupies the Low Countries, while Prussia and Spain withdraw from the war. But the French Republic still faces a powerful coalition of enemies, which includes the Austrian Empire and kingdoms of Piedmont, Sardinia, Naples, and Great Britain, as well as a counter-revolutionary revolt in the Vendée region of western France.
Counter-revolutionary
In Paris,
revolt.
the most extreme revolutionaries had been toppled, sent to the guillotine.
Ooh, the fall of Robespierre. Sent to the
As they had sent so many before them. France is now governed by the Directory, a more moderate 5-man committee.
Oh, I don't know about this. The Directory. Tournier, Rubel, Barras, Carnot, Lepo.
Which quickly wins a reputation for corruption and inefficiency.
Oh.
Nevertheless, in 1796, they plan a major military offensive to knock their most dangerous adversary, Austria, out of the war. The two main efforts will be made along the Rhine by powerful armies under General Jourdan and General Moreau.
Robespierre is one of the reasons why the revolution was so bloody.
A third effort, of which much less is expected, will be made in northern Italy. The French army of Italy is a poor cousin, starved of money and supplies, stripped of troops to reinforce French forces on the Rhine. But its fortunes are about to change. On the 2nd of March 1796, the Directory appoint a new commander to lead the army.
Napoleon!
One of France's youngest generals, Napoleon Bonaparte.
So cool. A general's most important talent is to know the mind of the soldier and gain his confidence. He is not a machine that must be made to move. He is a reasonable being.
Napoleon arrives at the Army of Italy's headquarters in Nice.
Robespierre's fall is that, wow, the end of the terror and a turn away from the original ideals. But they started rewarding people who did their job well rather than killing. He had a lot of random citizens executed on suspicion. I see. Now I have to ask, do you find Napoleon hot? Not a lot of women think so. Depends on the painting. Depends on the painting. I don't know what the true Napoleon looked like. Some paintings I'm like, okay. Some paintings I'm like, okay.
On the 25th of March. He is just 26 years old. 2 years have passed since he masterminded French victory at the Siege of Toulon. Since then, his fortunes have been mixed. A short spell as artillery commander in Italy, 10 days in jail when his political patrons fell from power. He then refused to serve in the Vendée, fighting French counter-revolutionaries, leading to several months' unemployment in Paris.
Damn, he was
Then,
unemployed.
an extraordinary break. 13 Vendémiaire, Paris. A royalist mob threatens to storm the national government. Napoleon is the closest general to hand and put in charge of its defense. He disperses the crowds with brutal efficiency.
Damn.
And is acclaimed
They're shooting cannons into the crowds? Holy shit.
savior of the revolution. A grateful Directory promotes Napoleon to General of Division and awards him command of the Army of Italy.
Is that actually how they broke up rebellions? They grape shot? Holy. A mob just used a giant shotgun. Wow. That is nuts.
On the 9th of March, he marries his great love, Joséphine de Beauharnais, and leaves for the front 2 days later.
Okay, 1 second. Is grape shot when it's like, I know it scatters, but is it like a cannonball that breaks into a lot of little pieces, or is it already a bunch of little pieces? It's a bunch of musket balls. Oh, it's a bunch of tiny balls. Imagine a cylinder full of musket balls. Oh, Lord. Okay. It's already a bunch of little balls. Okay. It's like a cannon shotgun. Yeah. Okay, okay. Baseball. Baseball? Some were filled with nails? Oh my god, that's crazy.
There are French generals in Italy with a better claim to command than Napoleon. Serrurier, a professional soldier who first saw action in the 7 Years' War, a decade before Napoleon was born. Augereau, a tough, experienced soldier, bold tactician, and committed
He looks
Republican.
like older Napoleon.
And Massena, risen from the ranks,
Massena.
fearless, tireless, hero of the Battle of Loarno against the Austrians the year before. All three would later become marshals of Napoleon's empire.
Ah.
For now, Napoleon seems to these veterans young and underqualified, a political appointment.
They probably talked mad shit about Napoleon at this age. At this stage. Typical young guy comes in here, thinks he knows what he's doing, thinks he can tell us what to do.
Embarrassingly infatuated with his new wife.
And
But
love,
there is something
gross.
about the Corsican. As Massena observed, his small size and puny face did not
His small size and puny face. Damn, okay, did not put him in their favor. But as soon as he donned his general's hat, he seemed to grow by 2 feet. That's so funny. His puny face.
put him in their favor. But as soon as he donned his general's hat, he seemed to grow by 2 feet.
That's so funny.
Napoleon impresses above all with his tireless energy, and he has much to do. His army is organized into Massena's advance guard of 2 divisions, one led by a hard-fighting Swiss general La Harpe, and the other by Meunier, whom Napoleon soon decides is incompetent.
Oh,
The main body comprises the divisions of Augereau, Serrurier, and 2 smaller divisions under Macquart and Garnier. The cavalry is led by General Stengel. But the army of Italy has been shockingly neglected by the Directory. The men are hungry and unpaid,
wow.
with a few units on the verge of mutiny. Some men don't even have shoes or muskets.
Wow.
Napoleon inspects the troops and studies reports. He enforces discipline and breaks up rotten units. He is assisted by his aides-de-camp, Junot, Marmont, and a dashing cavalry colonel, Joachim Murat.
It's my boy Murat.
As emperor, Napoleon will make 2 of these men dukes, and 1 a king. His most valuable assistant is his new chief of staff, General Berthier, who helps him to reorganize the army's supply system and scour southern France for food, transport, and forage. The situation begins to improve. But Napoleon knows what will really rejuvenate his ragged divisions. Victory in battle, and the promise of plunder.
I thought he was gonna say women, but yeah, victory in battle too. That would help. And plundering. I want to lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces, great cities will be in your power. There you will find honor, glory, and riches. Soldiers of Italy, will you lack courage or constancy? General Bonaparte's proclamation to the army of Italy. So he's basically saying, you guys are poor as shit right now. Let's go win some battles and you can take whatever you want. It'll be great. Trust me, bro. Sadly, women were part of the plunder. Oh. I see.
Napoleon has spent 2 years studying the situation in northern Italy and the history of past wars here. He has developed clear plans on how the campaign must be fought. Now, he will put them into action. Napoleon, with 38,000 troops, outnumbers the Piedmontese and the Austrian army.
Wow.
But if they combine,
That's a big-
he will be outnumbered.
Yeah, that'd be a
So
big
he must
army.
prevent this at all costs. His plan bears all the hallmarks of what will become known as the Napoleonic art of war.
Ooh.
A bold, rapid advance, not against the expected target, Genoa, but Dago. Here he will occupy the central position and prize his enemies apart.
Oh, smart.
He knows that when threatened, the Piedmontese will retreat on their capital Turin, the Austrians on Milan.
Wow, you know, a lot of this, like, commander general stuff is predicting what people will do. It's not really like, I mean, it is also battle tactics, but a lot of it is predicting how people will react and what they will do.
With his enemies divided, unable to support each other, he can defeat each in detail. Napoleon's plan will be aided by the fragility of the Austro-Piedmontese alliance. They regard each other with deep distrust after years of rivalry. The new Austrian commander,
It is risky, yeah, because if they teamed up, he'd be fighting on two fronts. Yeah, that would be very bad. He predicted right, though, I guess.
General Beaulieu, is experienced and was once considered energetic, but he is now 70 years old
70?
and does not know Italy.
God damn!
He is convinced the French will target Genoa,
He needs
the
to
port
retire.
used by the British to supply their coalition allies. So much so that he rejects Piedmontese plans for close cooperation. Their troops remain scattered across mountain passes in a general defense against invasion. On the 4th of April, Napoleon moves his headquarters forward to Albenga in preparation for his offensive. But Beaulieu strikes first. On the 10th of April, Austrian troops take Voltri to disrupt the expected French attack on Genoa.
He thought he was going to take... Okay, so he thought Napoleon was going to take Genoa to get control of the harbor, I'm guessing? It would have been a big port?
The small French garrison falls back to join Massena's advance guard at Savona. But Beaulieu's fixation with Genoa is playing into Napoleon's hands. Dago, with its vital crossroads that
Oh, it's where... Okay, Genoa was where the British were providing supplies stuff. I see.
link the Piedmontese and Austrian armies, is covered by just 8,000 men of Argenteau's corps. Mountainous terrain means Beaulieu can only march to Argenteau's aid via Acqui, more than 20 miles to the north. What's more, Argenteau has orders to take French positions at Montenotte as a diversion for the attack at Voltri. But the French cling on courageously. Corporal Roache particularly distinguishes himself, exposing himself to enemy fire to shoot down on the enemy.
What a badass.
His commander, Colonel Rampont, tells his men, "Here we must conquer or die," a moment which quickly enters French military folklore.
Oh.
It's the perfect setup for Napoleon. The enemy's attention is focused on Voltri, and Argenteau's corps has been left dangerously exposed. He swings into action, sending La Harpe's division to reinforce Rampont's troops, while Massena makes a tough night march across steep ravines in rain and fog to turn Argenteau's right flank. By dawn, the Austrians are outnumbered, outflanked, and under heavy attack. They retreat in disarray. Napoleon orders Massena to move on Dago, while he turns his attention to the Piedmontese.
Wow, this is like really detailed. There's a lot going on here.
But Augereau's advance gets held up at Cosseria. The old castle is held by Piedmontese and Croatian grenadiers. The French launch frontal attacks into withering fire and suffer hundreds of casualties.
Ooh.
When the colonel of the 18th Demi Brigade is killed, a 26-year-old Louis-Gabriel Suchet takes over command.
Shit.
"I have never seen fire like it," wrote Marmont, Napoleon's aide-de-camp.
Wow, what a picture.
Despite heroic resistance, the hopelessly outnumbered garrison surrenders the next day. With Serrurier's division also advancing from the south, Piedmontese commander General Colli has little choice but to abandon his position at
Suchet is a future marshal. Suchet would become one of the greatest marshals. There's so much happening. There's so many units going different directions, attacking different people and different positions. It's like, how did they keep track of everything? Especially without, like, what do they use now? Radio? Cell phones? Like, that just blows my mind that people were in the right positions to do these things. By delegating, there was more than 100,000 people, and it's over many days. Napoleon with a radio would be insane. Yeah, right? Flag signaling.
To Zemolo. The same day, under Napoleon's watchful eye, Massena takes Dago. But while La Harpe's division moves off to reinforce Augereau, hungry French troops left in Dago turn to plunder and pillage.
Uh-oh.
No one spots Colonel Vukasovic,
Oh, no!
a tough Croatian commander, approaching with 3,000 reinforcements.
He's sneaking in while they're plundering. Uh-oh.
He attacks at dawn, routing the French and retaking Dago with ease.
Damn, that's
It
embarrassing.
requires the recall of La Harpe's division and another day of heavy combat before Vukasovic can be driven out of Dago. A bayonet charge led by 27-year-old Colonel Lannes wins particular praise from General Bernard.
Damn, what's with all these young general colonels, whatever? Like, it's like they were fighting 70-year-olds, and then there's a bunch of young guys in the French army taking over. This is such a weird dynamic.
Apart. Napoleon has won 3 victories in
Oh, revolution is time for the young. That's true. That's true. Benefit of promoting competence rather than nobility. That's true. That, yeah, rebellion. Yeah, it would be the young. What's the word? I'm trying to think of the young people who are very idealist, you know, revolutionary. They want to change the world, full of piss and vinegars, my father would say. Down with the old and with the new. Whippersnappers. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, upstarts, young guns. Yeah. Visionaries. Yes. This is also a high-risk time for officers. Mortality rates were higher than you had to stay so close to, because you had to stay so close to the front. It's just such a big contrast, like the young rebel, you know, the young army versus like the old aristocratic armies.
4 days. The marches and
That had to have
battles have
played
been
into
grueling,
his success, right?
but he has achieved his first objective. The Austrians are regrouping at Acqui and will soon retreat to Alessandria. They can offer no support to the Piedmontese. And so General Colli orders another withdrawal to a strong defensive position behind the Corsalia River. Napoleon orders an immediate attack. Augereau's division on the right, Serrurier on the left, Massena in support. But the French, under heavy fire, struggle to cross the swollen river with its steep banks. When Serrurier's troops finally get into San Michele, they immediately begin looting the town and are thrown out by a counterattack. Despite his success, Colli is still heavily outnumbered and fears encirclement. The following evening, he begins a covert withdrawal to Mondovì. But Napoleon is not deceived by the fake campfires. Patrols confirm his suspicions. The Piedmontese are pulling back. Though his troops are exhausted, wet and hungry, he launches them after the fleeing enemy.
Hello from Hungary, hello.
Colli's troops are caught before they can establish a new defensive line. The brave and popular General Dicat is killed.
Ooh.
Retreat turns to rout. The French enter Mondovì in triumph, where at last, briefly, they can eat and rest.
He did promise the army they could pillage and stuff, right? Unfortunately, they pillaged too much. They got a little too crazy. They got chased out. The two armies which later attacked you in full confidence now fly before you in terror.
General Colley, his defeated troops scattered and demoralized, requests an armistice. Napoleon declines as his troops descend from the mountains into the fertile plain of Piedmont.
Oh my god, it's like Total War. When there's like one guy left that you're fighting and he's like, please, please, ally, peace treaty. I give you all this gold. Please, 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 please. Denied. Death only.
Destitute and starved, French soldiers now plunder the Italian countryside freely. Brigadier General Joubert is among those frustrated by the men's conduct. Everything would go very well if the soldiers did not abandon themselves to pillage. Not a day passes without some looters being shot. Despite this severity, the mania doesn't stop. The rural folk are arming themselves.
Well, yeah.
Napoleon condemns such behavior, but his orders have limited impact, especially as everyone knows Generals Massena and Augereau to be two of the greatest offenders.
Oh! Wait, two of his commanders are the greatest pillagers? You can't tell the men not to do it if their leaders are doing it.
On the 25th of April, French troops enter Carrasco, just 30 miles south of the Piedmontese capital, Turin. Meanwhile, General Beaulieu is at long last marching to Piedmont's aid. But he is a week late. And when he learns that Piedmont has opened negotiations with the enemy, he withdraws his troops in disgust, planning to take up new positions along the Po River. Austrian troops join in the plunder of Piedmontese villages as they go. Victor Amadeus III, King of Piedmont Sardinia, sees no option but to accept Bonaparte's terms for an armistice. Piedmont must give up the strategic fortresses at Cuneo and either Alessandria or Tortona, leaving the country virtually defenseless. The final peace treaty.
In war, you do need some pillaging, though some take it too far. Napoleon, during his memoirs, would often praise his marshals and immediately say they were inferior to him. Yeah, and that sounds like Napoleon from everything we've learned.
Treaty, signed 3 weeks later in Paris, cedes Nice and Savoie to France, and grants free passage to French armies. Napoleon has ended the 4-year war with Piedmont in less than 3 weeks.
Wow. Soldiers, you have won 6 victories in a fortnight and conquered the richest part of Piedmont. But soldiers, you have yet done nothing, for there still remains much to do. Damn. He was thinking big.
The army of Italy has little time to rest on its laurels. 4 days later, having received 7,000 reinforcements and fresh supplies, it's on the move again. Napoleon plans to invade the rich province of Lombardy, ruled by the Emperor of Austria.
Time to destroy the Holy Roman Empire. You guys want a Piedmont? Just wait till you see what I got planned. Napoleon, probably.
Defeat Beaulieu's army. But first he must cross the Po River, which is closely watched by Austrian forces. It will prove one of Napoleon's most brilliant maneuvers. Massena is ordered to make conspicuous preparations to cross the river near Salé, assembling boats and building gun batteries. Meanwhile, Napoleon has formed a new elite brigade, 5,000 grenadiers, carabiniers and chasseurs to act as the army's advance guard under the command of General d'Allemagne. This force is ordered to march rapidly east to Piacenza and cover 40 miles in just 36 hours.
What? 40 miles in 36 hours on foot? Maybe they have horses, but that's a long-ass way.
They are followed by La Harpe's division, then Augereau and the cavalry. Beaulieu
they're on foot then if they have a different cavalry unit.
Receives reports that French troops are moving east and begins to redeploy his forces, while remaining conscious that there are still French troops that might cross the Po as far west as Valença. This uncertainty makes it impossible for him to concentrate his forces.
They were trained to walk a lot of walking. It's Napoleon's MO. They must have been so fit then. Napoleon's signature move, march when no one expects it. Dang.
What's more, he's completely underestimated the scale and speed of Napoleon's move. The French advance guard, with Colonel Lannes in the lead, crosses the Po on the 7th of May, chasing off Austrian patrols that are the only opposition. By the next morning, most of La Harpe's and Augereau's divisions and the cavalry are across, consolidating the French bridgehead, while Massena and Serrurier move to the crossing as fast as they can.
That's nice they made it over the river.
Men
before
of General
anyone could get there.
Liptai's division are the closest Austrian troops. They take up defensive positions at Fombio, but are overwhelmed by the French attack. That evening, Beaulieu's advance guard arrives, expecting to reinforce Liptai. Instead, they blunder into La Harpe's division.
Oh, they were so fast they didn't expect anyone to be there. That's unfortunate for them.
In confused night fighting, General La Harpe is shot dead, possibly by friendly fire.
Oh, damn!
Napoleon regards him as one of the army's best generals, and his loss a great blow. Beaulieu, realizing that the French have crossed the Po in force and now threaten to cut him off, orders a rapid withdrawal east. Milan is to be sacrificed. The great fortress of Mantua will be his next refuge. The French advance guard is soon in pursuit. On the morning of the 10th of May, they catch the Austrian rearguard at Lodi.
Oh, this is the name of the video we're watching.
French troops chase the Austrians across town and over the town's 200-yard bridge over the River Adda. But when they try to follow, they find the bridge is swept by fire from 14 guns.
Oh, dang!
Its far end is held by 3 battalions of Croatian infantry. Several more battalions and cavalry squadrons are behind them in reserve, around 6,500 men in total. Napoleon soon arrives and positions guns to bombard the Austrians on the far bank. An artillery duel rages for much of the afternoon. Napoleon sends
It's a cannon fight. They're shooting cannons at each other across the bridge.
Beaumont's cavalry brigade upstream to look for a ford so they can cross the river and flank the Austrian defences.
Sneaky cavalry.
But he grows impatient. Massena's division has begun to arrive from the south, bringing his strength up to 15,000 men and 30 guns. Napoleon makes a speech to the infantry, taunting them, daring them to take the bridge.
He's trolling them. He's trolling them. Yeah, I bet you're too scared to come across this bridge, huh?
Then orders them forward. To cries of "Vive la République!" the hardened 2nd Carabinier Battalion leads the charge.
Wow.
They
okay.
come under torrential fire from the Austrian guns.
Holy shit, I can't believe he actually got his men to go across the bridge being attacked by, like, what do you say, like 14 cannons? Jeez.
But urged on by Napoleon, Berthier, Massena, Lannes, and others, French infantry surge across, under, and around the bridge.
Holy shit. Take the bridge, nobles.
Faced with this irresistible onslaught, the Austrian front line crumbles. And with French cavalry across the river to the north, the rest of the Austrian rearguard begins an orderly withdrawal.
Oh, wow. Casualty estimates French 500, Austrian 2,000. Wow. I bet nobody expected people to actually charge across the bridge, and they were like, oh fuck, oh god, oh they're doing it, oh no, oh no. I no longer regarded myself as a simple general, but as a man called upon to decide the fate of people. Okay, there's the god complex. I am no longer general. I am God.
Days after his victory at Lodi, Napoleon leads his army into the city of Milan. They are welcomed by cheering crowds. Though in reality, Italians are deeply divided in their attitudes towards the French. After Lodi, French soldiers have a new nickname for their general, Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal.
That's so cute. Le Petit Caporal. The Little Corporal.
It's a term of affection because he gets his hands dirty, even aiming the guns himself,
That's
the job
cute.
of an artillery corporal. In just a month, Napoleon has transformed a war-weary, disheveled and demoralized army into a victorious fighting force, brimming with esprit de corps and eager for further conquests.
Only a month to change
While
things
he,
around.
in his first campaign, has demonstrated extraordinary energy, mastery of detail, brilliant military intuition, above all, indomitable self-belief. It is this quality that inspires his soldiers to risk their lives for glory, for the Republic, and for the man they will one day acclaim their emperor.
That's crazy! Wow.
A big thank you to PMF Productions for their help creating this series and charting Napoleon's movements across northern Italy. We highly recommend their YouTube channel featuring their own detailed series on Napoleon's Italian campaigns, which you can find by searching PMF Productions or using the link in our video description. Thank you also to artist Keith Rocco for kind permission to use his artwork in this series.
This art is amazing. I love this one. Look at the aura on this picture. So good.
You can find more of Keith's brilliant Napoleonic art via the link in our video description.
I actually love
And
war
thank you,
art.
of course, to all the Epic History TV Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. Visit our Patreon page to find out how you can support our work, help choose future topics, and get ad-free early access to new videos.
What soldiers are willing to do for a leader they believe in is astonishing. It is. It is. Speaking of Patreon, any news on yours? I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. It's been relegated to the bottom of my to-do list at this moment, but it's being worked on slowly.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions.
Okay. One more video. And then I need to go eat something. Okay, this one is Napoleon in Italy, the Battle of Castiglione by Epic History. You could release a Patreon with whatever's in your dustbin and people would pay for it. It's me, I'm people. I know, I just want to make sure it's worth money for extra content, you know? Epic History has such normal Patreon users, it just causes me whiplash when I look at like a Reggie video and see his Patreon supporters. What do you mean, Monster Mangos? What do you mean? Are you saying Reggie supporters aren't normal? The supporter names, I mean? Oh, I assume? Oh, I see. So like Epic Histories, it's just like John, Adam, Peter, and then Reggie's is like I can't even think of something that would be like a Reggie supporter name. They definitely aren't normal. That's if I Toast Sucker 420, yeah, like that. Oh yeah, stuff like that, yeah. Well, if I do my Patreon stuff, I will when I do my Patreon stuff, I will post some Patreon names in my video. How about that?
collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month,
Chonky Tail Hugger XX.
he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend.
It is crazy how much
This
he
is the story of
accomplished.
Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Like they said when he took over the army, they had like no shoes and they were starving and they hadn't been paid. And in like a month they had won all these battles. That's a pretty crazy turnaround rate.
May 1796. The French Revolutionary Wars have entered their 5th year. And on what most consider to be a secondary front, there has been
No shoes, starving, not paid. Was the French army justice and peasants? Hey now, let's not get any ideas about no revolution, okay? Okay? Whoopia Janitor 69 as one I hope isn't taken. That's sick.
a stunning development. A 26-year-old general of the French Republic, Napoleon Bonaparte, has waged a lightning campaign across northern Italy, defeating the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia and driving the Austrians across Lombardy. 2,000 Austrian troops remain holed up in Milan's citadel, but they cannot prevent his triumphal entry into the city on the 15th of May. Now, the French general holds court at the Palazzo Serbelloni, issuing decrees on behalf of the Directory in Paris, while his troops enjoy several days' rest.
Several days rest
Lombardy
in Milan?
is to
Hell
be
yeah.
reorganized as a French client state, known as the Lombardic Republic. Political and economic reforms sweep away the old Austrian state, to the delight of Italian intellectuals in cities like Milan. But the French also
They were
demand
happy.
20 million francs to help
Holy
pay for the
shit.
war, while their troops requisition vast quantities of food, horses, cattle, and boots. Most inflammatory are their attacks on the property and dignity of the Catholic Church, which enrage Italian priests and
Oh, that is a picture. Damn. I don't know. I just don't feel like maybe it's a good idea to enrage the people of Italy that you just took control of.
peasants, and are a gift to anti-French propagandists. On the 23rd of May, as Napoleon's troops set off in pursuit of the Austrians, revolt breaks out in Pavia. The next day, there are riots in Milan. Napoleon races back to the city, where order is soon restored.
Okay.
But on the road to Pavia, at Binasco, he encounters 1,000 armed rebels. Colonel Lannes' grenadiers rout the peasants, killing 100
Wow.
and burning the village.
Oh no. Oh
A terrible example, which will be effective, Napoleon writes.
no. Wow. Okay, Napoleon.
Pavia is retaken the next day, with little opposition. A score of ringleaders, including several priests, are shot. Hundreds of hostages are taken from prominent local families to ensure future cooperation.
Oh my god, this got dark? Okay. Holy. He's not messing around, my gosh.
Napoleon resumes his advance east. His army now organized into 4 divisions. Kilmain's advance guard, Augereau,
So he set a city on fire, killed a bunch of peasants, shot their priests, took hostages from their main noble families, and was like, now be good. Basically, I'm gonna go take over here. You guys be good. Wow. Okay.
Enna and Serurier. General Berlioz's Austrian army holds the line of the Mincio River, with Lake Garda on his right and the great fortress of Mantua on his left. This, together with the fortresses at Peschiera, Verona and Lagnago, forms the famous quadrilateral. Four bastions that cement Austria's grip on northern Italy. But once more, Beaulieu can't get a read on Napoleon's movements. He scatters his troops, trying to defend 4 potential crossing points, and is further distracted by fake preparations to cross Lake Garda by boat.
Napoleon can't make the excuse of, I'm just a girl, unfortunately.
In fact, Napoleon has decided to cross the Mincio at Borghetto. And when Kilmain's advance guard arrives, they find the bridge...
Napoleon was always making fake boats, holy shit. Hey, if it works, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know?
Defended by a single battalion of infantry and handful of hussars. The Austrians are soon driven back, but a sudden counterattack nearly bags General Bonaparte himself.
Oh.
A possibly dramatized account has him hopping over fences with one boot on to evade the hussars. This lucky escape leads to the formation of an elite cavalry detachment to act as Napoleon's personal escort.
Damn, they look cool.
They are named the Compagnie des Guides à Cheval.
Ooh.
Their commander is a young cavalry captain named Jean-Baptiste Bessières.
Jean-Baptiste
In time,
Bessières.
this unit will become the famous Chasseurs à Cheval of the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's ever-present bodyguard on campaign.
Wow, they look cool. Look at that drip. Look at that outfit. Dang, they look really cool. Horses with guns. The fuzzy hats go hard. I like the fuzzy hats. I also like the, what's it called? Like the gold on their jackets and the stripes on their pants. It's such a fit. I want those pants real bad. They look so cool. Yeah, the trim on their jackets. It looks like I don't know. It looks cool. Hussars in this era mocked everyone. Yeah, the winged hussars. Is this the same era as the winged hussars? Very cool. Also, the horses look really nice. No, it's not. Is that after this? Oh, it was earlier. Or was it later? Nobody knows! Wait, was it earlier or after? The winged hussars, 17th century, 1600s. Earlier. This is, what, 1796-ish? So, it would have been 100 years ago-ish. Poland doesn't exist at this point. Ah. Almost 200 years. Okay, it would have been like 200 years earlier. A hussar uniform model would be a great idea. Oh my god. I watched a video about the winged hussars. Like what they, not really what they did for the time period, but like how they worked, and it was really cool. I have to provide for the defense of Mantua, the key to Italy. General Beaulieu.
Taken by surprise by the crossing at Borghetto, Beaulieu begins a withdrawal to a new defensive line in the Adige Valley. However, at Mantua, he leaves behind a reinforced garrison, well supplied and ready to withstand a siege of at least 2 months.
13,750 soldiers as a garrison is a lot.
Napoleon cannot bypass Mantua. Its garrison is too powerful. but the fortress city will be a tough nut to crack. Its old walls surrounded on 3 sides by a lake and on the other by malarial marshland.
I love old cities like this that were built on lakes for, like, I guess would have been strategical defense. They look so pretty. They look so cool.
Most unhealthy place in Italy, Napoleon tells the Directory. His biggest problem is his lack of heavy siege artillery.
Yeah.
Most of these guns are in Milan, bombarding the Austrians, still holed up in the citadel. More guns were supposed to arrive by sea, but have been intercepted by British warships, commanded by a certain Commodore Horatio Nelson.
Nelson! Oh, okay.
Since April, Napoleon has launched 3 successful offensives, marched more than 200 miles, and won 10 battles.
Wow.
But finally, outside the walls of Mantua, he is brought to a halt. And the demands on his limited force are growing.
Oh, he's pretty spread out.
He must maintain the siege of Mantua, even though its guns outnumber his own and no direct assault can be made. He must protect his lines of communication back to France and guard against further revolt in Lombardy. And he must be ready to face the Austrians, who are receiving reinforcements from Germany and will soon counter.
So is his communication to Paris? How is that? Like messengers on horseback? Like, is that how they're communicating? Yeah, okay, yeah, wow. That's a lot of horseback riding.
Attack.
And you better hope your messenger doesn't get caught.
To add to his problems, the French Directory demands that he lead an expedition to central and southern Italy. He's to threaten military occupation unless these states cough up huge sums to help fund the French war effort.
Oh.
Napoleon vehemently opposes the idea. Marching troops the length of Italy in high summer, he warns, will end in sickness and death.
Heat stroke.
Fortunately, strong words alone persuade Naples to sign an armistice. And in the end, Napoleon doesn't even have to go as far as Rome. The French march through the Duchy of Modena, the Papal States, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, raising more than 40 million francs in tribute from states that are powerless to resist.
40 million? I gotta assume that's a lot of money. Holy cow.
Napoleon dines in Florence with the Grand Duke before returning to Milan. There he is reunited with his wife, Josephine, who's arrived from Paris, discreetly accompanied by her new lover.
What? She brought her... What? She brought her lover to Milan to see her husband? Excuse me, what?
Napoleon does not linger in Milan.
Hello, husband, meet boyfriend.
Its citadel has finally fallen,
Wow.
freeing up his siege guns. His troops have seized
Expert level cucking is crazy.
another 150 guns from the forts of central Italy. Napoleon can now make serious plans to take Mantua. And he has no time to lose.
It's crazy.
In the Tyrol, the reinforced Austrian army is beginning to stir. Under a new commander.
Oh.
Berlioz is gone. Now, 72-year-old Field Marshal Count von Wurmser is in command.
70-year-old Count von Wurmser, Austrian Field Marshal. Just let the man retire. What a mustache. He does look very dignified, but like I feel like he deserves to retire. Did they not have any young generals to replace them? Wurmser was a good general.
A courageous cavalryman, vigorous beyond his years, and determined to avenge Austrian defeats in Italy.
nobles wanted the glory. The storm is beginning to gather. Napoleon, July 2nd, 1796.
Since crossing the Mincho,
That's true. I'm assuming he wants to retire. Sounds like he wants to kick ass and get revenge. So, my bad, Wurmser. My bad.
Napoleon has reorganized and redeployed his forces. General Massena's division is near Rivoli.
He was a good general. He just was facing a once-in-a-lifetime opponent. I see. Maybe he wanted the glory. Maybe he wanted to go down and get the glory of one last big battle or whatever.
Watching the road
Whatever
to the
men
Tyrol.
do, I don't know.
2 of his brigades under General Sorre are at Salo, watching the western side of Lake Garda. General Despinois' division is in support at Peschiera. General Augereau's division is around Legnago, watching the eastern approaches, while Kilmain's cavalry mounts patrols. General Serrurier's division carries out the siege of Mantua itself.
Okay.
But Napoleon's hopes for a rapid conclusion to the siege are in vain. The Austrian garrison conducts a skillful and active defense, raiding French entrenchments and seizing supplies.
Oh, okay.
Murat, recently promoted to brigadier
Hey, it's Murat! He's my favorite.
general, plans to lead a group of men in Austrian uniform across the lake at night to take the guards by surprise. But the operation's abandoned when the water level suddenly drops.
Oh.
The French step up their bombardment of the city, firing more than 1,000 cannonballs and mortar shells in one 6-hour period.
1,000!
Mantua
Holy.
is being battered to pieces, but its walls are not yet breached. Napoleon is out of time. Field Marshal Wurmser is finally marching to Mantua's aid. He has divided his army into 4 columns. 2 central columns are advancing down the Adige Valley
that's a lot of soldiers.
directly towards Mantua.
24,000?
Another column to the east is making a wide flanking march, while a 4th column, under General Kostanovic, advances down the western shore of Lake Garda,
Wow.
planning to
18,000.
seize Brescia and cut Napoleon's line of retreat. Massena comes under heavy attack and, severely outnumbered, abandons Rivoli and begins a fighting retreat. As soon as the news reaches Napoleon, he races to Castelnuovo, ordering Augereau, Despinois and Kilmain to join him as fast as possible. But suddenly, it is Kostanovic's column that's emerging as the greatest threat. General Saue's troops at Salo are heavily outnumbered. They put up a stiff resistance, but are forced to withdraw.
But they didn't stand a chance!
The next day, Austrian troops surprise the French at Brescia. They take the town, as well as an army hospital containing 2,000 French sick and wounded.
Oh! That's not good.
Even Napoleon's wife, Josephine, en route to Brescia, is nearly captured in the chaos. Wurmser has wrong-footed Napoleon. Already outnumbered, he's lost 5,000 casualties. His left flank is in tatters, and there's a real possibility he may be encircled. It's the greatest crisis he has faced as an army commander, and will force him
No, not Napoleon's wife and her boyfriends!
to make an agonizing decision.
That's tough. Every moment is precious. The enemy has broken through our line in 3 places. Napoleon to General Augereau.
On the 31st of July, after 2 months of blood, sweat and sacrifice, General Serrurier is ordered to abandon the siege of Mantua.
Oh!
He is to
giving
send
up.
2 of his brigades to reinforce Massena and Augereau, and withdraw with the rest of his troops to guard the army's line of retreat. 179 guns,
Augereau.
plus ammunition and supplies which cannot be moved, are to be buried or tipped into the marshes.
I guess you'd have to give it
Napoleon needs every man he can
up.
get,
Yeah.
because in the midst of the crisis,
He doesn't have time to do a siege right now when he has that army bearing down on him.
he has spotted an opportunity. Kostanovich's advance has caught him off guard. But Lake Garda separates him from the rest of the Austrian army. Napoleon will concentrate his forces against Kostanovich, beat him in battle, then pivot again to take on Wurmser. The French divisions are soon on the move. Kostanovich's troops...
Tim Puppy is barking at something. 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's see if I'm being invaded. Okay, you stay with me. I have the little tyrant. Save us from tyranny, Stim Dog! Do I have news for you? She is the ultimate tyrant. She is the petite corporal. She is so tiny, but so full of violence. Okay.
Reach Lonato, but here they encounter Massena's vanguard. The Austrians come under heavy attack, and with French reinforcements arriving, they have to pull back.
Just like your mother. She is the mini Green Violet.
The next day, the French retake Brescia, along with most of their supplies, sick and wounded. Then, Napoleon catches a lucky break. Wurmser has been on Massena's heels, harrying his rear guard as far as Peschiera. But now he receives reports there are French forces massing between him and Mantua.
Oh.
Mantua is his priority, so he swings south, away from Kostanovich, towards a city Napoleon has already abandoned.
Oh no! Oh. If he never went to Mantua and he instead reinforced the other army, maybe they would have had more of a chance. Unfortunate.
By the time Wurmser realizes his error, it's too late.
Bamboozled.
He has gifted Napoleon 24 crucial hours. A blunder, for which he will pay dearly.
Yeah. Nothing is lost while courage remains. Napoleon to General Massena. Okay, but do you think he got like false reports from someone Napoleon like planted? Or was it just really unfortunate miscommunication? Could have been false report. Sounds like a skill issue on his part.
The 3rd of August sees confused fighting west of Lake Garda.
Could have been a late report. Yeah, that makes more sense.
One French brigade slips through the wooded ravines unnoticed, straight into Salò, causing havoc behind the Austrian lines.
Dang, undercover, okay.
But the Austrians repel 3 attacks on Gavardo, and all seems to be going well until their own advance meets Massena's division at Lonato. Massena's counterattack is led by the 32nd Demi Brigade, which is becoming known as one of the Army of Italy's most feared units.
Ooh.
Bayonets only, Napoleon calls out.
Wow.
And you, 32nd, maintain your glorious reputation.
Why would he say bayonets only? Do they have to, like, conserve ammo? Or just, like, why? Don't stop to reload? Oh. Charge and scare the enemy. Oh, there's so much strategy in using bayonets only, huh?
The lead Austrian brigade is routed. Colonel Junot, though wounded 6 times, accepts their commander's surrender. Kostanovich's force has been mauled. Fearing for the rest of his command, and with no word from Wurmser, he decides he must march back around Lake Garda to rejoin the army.
Oh, wow. That's a long march.
The same day, 15 miles to the south, General Augereau's division fights an aggressive rearguard action near Castiglione, keeping Wurmser at bay while Napoleon deals with Kostanovich. Augereau begins with a bold attack on General Liptay's vanguard, driving it back to high ground near Solferino. But here, Liptay receives steady reinforcements as the rest of the Austrian army begins to arrive.
Also, if the enemy just starts charging you with bayonets, something isn't right. Morale shock is big. Yeah, that would be scary to see an army charging at you with bayonets, like yelling and screaming. I would be like, okay, that's scary. Knowing me and my survival instinct, I would just stand there frozen like a deer. Conserve ammo, also prioritize taking ground over taking time to shoot. That would be very, yeah. That would break my what's it called? Leadership.
Augereau keeps up the pressure, preventing an Austrian advance.
We know small prey animal.
And though there's a late scare when enemy cavalry sweep around his left flank, they are unsupported and soon pull back. For Augereau and his men, it is a long day of heroic action against a superior force, one which Napoleon will never forget. 12 years later, as emperor, he will make Augereau Duke of Castiglione, and always remind his critics, he saved us that day.
Wow, okay.
Nevertheless, by nightfall, Augereau's division is at breaking point. Our soldiers are exhausted from fatigue and hunger. If you don't send me reinforcements, I won't be able to hold out.
That's been a lot of fighting.
Next morning, French troops renew the attack on Kostanovich and quickly discover he's beating a hasty retreat. A major disaster is narrowly avoided when 3 lost Austrian battalions stumble into Napoleon's headquarters at Lonato. They call on the general to surrender. Napoleon responds by loudly ordering his grenadiers and artillery into position, then demands that the Austrians surrender to him or be put to the sword.
Wow.
It's a bold bluff. Few of his troops are anywhere near. But the Austrians meekly lay down their arms.
Imagine being those Austrians, like, oopsies. Is this, oh, wait, is this Napoleon's headquarters? Oh, my bad. We're just gonna head out. That was a wrong turn back in that wood back there.
As Napoleon swings his army round to take on Wurmser, the Austrian must decide whether to stand his ground or fall back to a stronger line behind the Mincio
the
River.
Austrians are very unlucky.
He chooses to stay put. By engaging Napoleon, he hopes to buy time for Kostanovich to regroup and resume his advance, and for Mantua to be resupplied. His reasoning is sound, but his intelligence is out of date.
Oh.
And he's underestimated.
Oh, okay. His intelligence is out of date. Okay. He means like his updates are out of date. I thought he meant like he was just stupid. I understand now.
Estimated the speed at which Napoleon's forces will move.
Yeah, his battlefield reports are out of date. That is such a unique insult. Your intelligence is out of date. He's too old. His firmware is no longer updating. For 8 days, we have been in the saddle. We do not want to allow the enemy rest until we have destroyed him. Damn. General Berthier.
At dawn on the 5th of August, the Austrian army is 4 miles east of Castiglione, formed up in 2 lines. its northern flank anchored on the village of Solferino, its southern flank on a well-fortified redoubt at Monte Medolano. Napoleon faces him with Massena's division in the north, Augereau's division in the centre, and Kilmain's cavalry in the south. He's also formed an elite unit of grenadiers and cavalry to be held.
Grenadiers are always the elite unit. In like every army, it seems.
Back for the decisive moment. Napoleon doesn't seem to have much of an advantage.
Wow, 60 guns? The Austrians had 60 guns versus their 19? Holy.
But he has 10,000 more troops converging rapidly on the battlefield. 5,000 under General Despinois, marching from Brescia. 5,000 more under General Fiorella, coming from the south. To buy time for these reinforcements to arrive, and to lure Wurmser out of position, Napoleon orders Massena and Augereau to attack. There is a short exchange of fire. Then the French begin a feigned retreat. The Austrians take the bait, some units advancing off the high ground, while Wurmser extends his right wing, looking to outflank Massena's division. Around 9 a.m., the sound of gunfire from the south alerts both sides to Fiorella's arrival, behind the Austrian left flank.
Sneak attack!
Napoleon immediately orders Augereau and Massena to attack again, in earnest.
Grandpa fell for the oldest
Despinois'
trick.
troops
Oh,
arrive
no.
to join the assault. But Napoleon has sprung his trap too early.
Oh.
Wurmser is not yet fully committed and reacts swiftly. He organizes a new line to fend off Fiorella and hurriedly recalls his right wing.
Oh, damn, Wurmser, okay.
But he cannot save the redoubt at Monte Medolano. Napoleon's aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, leads forward a battery to blast the position. His guns open a devastating cannonade, clearing the way for an attack. Around 10 a.m., the reserve grenadiers charge forward with bayonets fixed, sweeping the
Sheesh.
Austrians off the hill.
They love their bayonets. Like, it's bayonet this, bayonet that. It feels like cannons and bayonets, baby.
Meanwhile, to the north, the 4th and 5th Demi Brigades surge onto the Solferino heights and seize the redoubt before Pozzacatano.
But what about cannons with bayonets? Huh. Grenadiers initially were companies of the tallest, and infantry battalions used to throw grenades, hollow iron balls with gunpowder, but they went out of use. But grenadiers stayed because height is good for bayonet charge. Oh! Cannons and bayonets, baby. Actually a hard line, not gonna lie.
Carried forward by their momentum, they storm the Solferino tower and village beyond, the shaken enemy falling back in disarray. The Austrians are hard-pressed along the line, and now French cavalry and Fiorella's troops threaten to cut off their retreat. While Napoleon is active, energized, urging troops forward, Wurmser seems to go into shock.
What? Really?
A French émigré serving with him recalled, "He watched without seeing anything, saying anything, hearing anything. This brave old man, his head covered with white hair, did not think anymore."
Oh, that's kind of sad. He just, like, gave up. Well, I mean, he was probably like, what the fuck is happening right now? I don't even know. This is, I ain't never seen shit like this before. These youngins are doing today. Shock does that? Unk knew it was over? Yeah. I bet he probably thought that there was no chance he was gonna lose, you know? Because he was such a good general. His intelligence was out of date. He just went into shock. He was like, oh shit, what are they doing out there? I don't even know what to do now. Those damn whippersnappers.
Finally, Wurmser orders a general retreat, back across the Mincho River, covered by their cavalry and some late Austrian reinforcements. The French pursuit quickly peters out.
Wurmser is not one who gave up easily, as you will see later. I remember my grandpa telling me modern soldiers got it easy because back in his day you had to bayonet a dude to get the job done. Ooh. Damn, I just got wrecked by someone half my age. Gets to come to terms with it, yeah.
After a week of forced marches in stifling heat, with little to eat or drink, Napoleon's men are close to collapse. But their general is content with what they have achieved.
Wow. The Austrian army has disappeared like a dream, and the Italy that is threatened is now quiet. Napoleon to the Directory.
Wurmser's army finds temporary refuge behind the Mincho River. But Napoleon immediately resumes the attack. Massena is sent north.
He's still going at it? Wow. That surprises me. Napoleon's army is barely standing, it sounds like, after all the fighting they've done, and he chases him immediately?
North to relieve the French garrison at Peschiera and threaten Wurmser's line of retreat. The Austrian general has had enough. After ensuring the garrison of Mantua is fully resupplied and reinforced, he begins his withdrawal to the Tyrol to regroup and rethink. The French nip at his heels all the way. Napoleon has just endured his toughest challenge yet as an army commander. And though initially wrong-footed by his adversary, he's displayed brilliant flexibility and his usual energy to weather the crisis and then triumph.
His unusual energy. That does seem to be one of his things that he's good at, is being flexible, changing up his plan on the fly, and being a good leader. Because if you see your leader like all like hyped up, you know, like, yeah, let's go, let's get him, woohoo! You're definitely better, you're gonna follow him more than the old guy who's just like clocked out, you know.
But Mantua remains the key to Italy, and while it stands unconquered, the Austrians will do everything in their power to save it. Wurmser will be back, and when he returns, he'll find himself on a collision course with Napoleon, as he launches his own attack on Austria itself. Thanks again to Enlisted for sponsoring this video.
Enlisted?
Sign up using our link to get the free bonus pack and dive straight into the action.
What was that gun with like a cylinder on top of it? That was interesting. I've never seen that before. In war, tempo and momentum are critical. Definitely.
A big thank you to PMF Productions for their help creating this series and charting Napoleon's movements across northern Italy. We highly recommend their YouTube channel featuring their own detailed series on Napoleon's Italian campaigns, which you can find by searching PMF Productions or using the link in our video description.
Which gun? It was I don't know, it was just shown for a second. Had like a circular thing on top of it.
Many more excellent military history videos on his own YouTube channel.
A Soviet light machine gun. Ah, okay, interesting.
For kind permission to use his artwork in
the DP-28. Yeah, it looked like it had a plate on top of it. Yeah.
Via the link in our video description.
Kind of cool looking.
And thanks most of all to the Epic History TV Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. Visit our Patreon page to find out how you can support
Can Fed be the Russian 28?
Future topics and
the DP-20 Russian World War II machine gun, jokingly referred to as Dinner Plate 28. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Dinner Plate 28. Well, that's it for today, folks. That is it for today. That was fun. We did some Colosseum action. We did some Napoleon, the start of Napoleon battles. Good stream. Yeah, it was fun. We learned a lot today. I'm gonna go get something to eat because I'm very snackish today because I never eat breakfast. Wonderful assortment of reacts. Very nice. Got to see someone enjoy a date. We did get to see someone enjoy some dates. We watched the tasting history video about what the Colosseum was like. It was very good. Happy to finally have caught the stream. I'm happy you're here. Welcome to everybody who came from YouTube. Check out my live stream. I really appreciate checking out the stream live. I'm going to work on my Patreon today. I promise I am doing it. Also tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. And then I'll be back for the rest of the week streaming every day. So we're doing CK3 on Wednesday. Yes. I believe. More ways to give you money. Yay! More ways to fund my trip to Europe. Just kidding. Partially. To my trip to southern France. And my trip to... Okay, all these streamers are constantly vacationing, and I'm like, damn, how? Literally, how? Thanks for a fun stream. Thank you, Ox. To fund the economy of a small Canadian town via stim scams. True. Anyways, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll be back Wednesday with CK3. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a good Tuesday tomorrow, and I will see you on Wednesday. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.